Hello, I'm really excited to meet you here, the first of its kind, complete English grammar course. We will cover everything, starting from A1, going to C1 level. It doesn't matter how good your grammar now is. As far as you are ready to improve it, this is your course. There are more than 19 hours on-demand video presentations waiting for you here. You will find everything, starting from the very basics and the verb to be, going step by step through various exercises, additional explanations, and examples. The course is structured in a way to make you think better, to make you feel more confident, to make you believe that you can speak, and you can speak correctly. The whole course is divided into several levels, starting from A1, going to C1. As you advance, you will notice how fast your grammar is improving. You will see how, till the end, you will have already mastered most of the structures that you have considered difficult so far. Apart from the 19 hours on-demand video, there are a lot of other resources that will help you throughout your studies. After each lecture, you will find additional PDF with extra exercises explained throughout the video. These, my advice, please do them in advance. Do them in advance, and after that, let's check everything together. Going with me, step by step, and following the instructions guarantees you real success at the end. What else? As extra materials, I have prepared you additional cards that will help you improve really better. So here you may see, for example, a stack of cards with irregular verbs. Each card consists of the 3 forms, 3 example sentences, as well as their transcriptions. Easy to use, easy to memorize. Also, there are flashcards from verbs with their prepositions. It's quite easier to remember these grammar structures when they are divided and grouped up to their prepositions. Once you finish the on-demand video training, you will find some extra exercises. There are till now 10 assignments attached, as well as 2 practice tests and 1 quiz. All these are, of course, to get better. All of these are to be expanded. Everything depends on your wish. So when you find a difficult structure, when you feel that you need more practice, please just give me a hint and I will make an extra exercise for you. You will find it attached after the lesson in which you commented that you need for the training. What are you waiting for? I can't wait but see you as a member of our complete English grammar course from A1 to C1. Let's get started now. We start with the first really important verb in English, the verb to be, or I am, he is, we are. Let's see what these small words mean and how they are used. We start with an example. Hi, I am Emily. I am. I am 25 years old. I am. When you speak about yourself, I am Emily. I am 25. My favorite color is green. It is. I have a brother and a sister. They are twins. My brother and my sister. They are. My brother is a musician. He is. My sister is a nurse. She is. We are happy when we are together. We, my brother, my sister, and me. We are. Hope you're happy too. You with your brother or with your sister. Without me. You are. Another example. Hi, I am Max. I speak about myself. I am. I am 29 years old. I am. My favorite color is blue. It is. I have a brother and a sister. They are married. They, my brother and my sister. They are. My brother is an engineer. He is. My sister is a teacher. She is. We are happy when we spend time together. We, my brother, my sister, and me. Hope you're happy too. You with your brother or with your sister or with somebody else, but I am not there. Hope you are happy too. You are. Something typical for English is that people use long and short forms. When they speak, they prefer the short forms. I am, I'm. I am, I'm. For example, hi, I am Max. Or I'm Max. Hope you are happy too. You are or you're. You are or you're. He is or his. My brother is a musician. My brother's a musician. Or he's a musician. Be very careful with these commas over there. They are called apostrophes and they are really important in English. He is his. My sister is a nurse. She is a nurse. Or she's a teacher. She's a teacher. She's a nurse. My favorite color is green. My favorite color, it. It is green. Or the short form, it's green. It's blue. We are happy when we are together. We are or we're. We're. We are happy when we spend time together. We are happy. You are or you're. You see that the second form is the same as this form here. The difference is that you are means you, one person, not me, but you. And you are is the plural. We have a lot of people here. You'll understand this a little bit later, if it's not clear now. I have a brother and a sister. They are twins. They are the same as they are. As I told you in the beginning, the verb to be is really important. You use it every day. In almost every sentence, there is a form of the verb to be that you will need. So here are the forms. Try to memorize them now. I am, I'm. You are, your. He is, his. She is, she's. It is, its. We are, we're. You are, your. They are, their. During the whole course, there will be exercises after almost every section, after every lecture. So let's look at the exercise. You can find it in a PDF format after the lecture, if it will be easier for you. In the next video, we will do it together, and I will explain you what the correct answers are and why it's really important. So let's take a look at the exercise. Okay? First, you need to write the short forms. The verb to be is there in bold. You need to write the short forms. Again, second text, you have some forms of the verb to be used. Rewrite. My advice, just rewrite the whole of it and write the short forms. And after that, 2 more exercises. Write down the correct form of the verb to be. An, she. She is ill. She is in bed. And so on. Good luck. See you in the next one where the answers will be. I believe the exercises were really easy, so let's check them. The first one, the task, to write the short forms of the verb to be. This is Peter. He is my brother. He is, short form, his. He is 11, his 11, and he is a student, and his a student. His favorite subject at school is maths. School is it. The short form, it is. Okay? So here you use the same logic. Schools, apostrophe s. It means school is. Please be careful with this his and pay attention on the difference, how they are written. His, the first one in red, the short form of he is, and his. Completely different words. It's a mistake that a lot of students do. We'll work on it later. So, he is, you remember the short form, his. The second task, again, you have a short text, and we need the short forms. These are my parents. My mother is from France. What about this one here? If you want to write the short form of my mother is, exactly, my mother's. Mother, apostrophe s. My mother, she, she's. My mother's, mother, apostrophe s. Just in English, they like short forms. So, my mother is from France, and my father is from Germany, or my father's, the same logic, from Germany. She is a doctor, she's a doctor. He's a dancer, he is, his. They are happy when they are together. They are, there. I'm happy too. I am, I'm. Good. The second task, we need the correct forms of the verb to be. An, she. She is ill. She is in bed. I am. I am thirsty. thirsty? I want to drink. I'm thirsty. Mr. Peterson, Mr. He is a very old man. He is 93. We had such example, I am 25. Okay? I am 25. You are 27. He is 93. These chairs are comfortable. These chairs, they are comfortable. The weather, it is nice today. The weather is nice today. It is, or it's, it apostrophe s, it's warm and sunny. And the second part, Max, he is at work. Anne and David, they are friends. Anne and David are friends. My sisters, they are twins. The wind, it is. The wind is really strong today. My parents, they are. My parents are at home now. We are together. My parents and me. We are. Well done. Well done. Time for the next lesson. So we already know the positive forms of the verb to be. But if you want to say a negative sentence, if you need the negative form, that's what we are going to study now. Again, the verb to be, this time the negative forms, or how to make a negative sentence. For example, hi, I'm not Max. Understood? This is a negative sentence. I'm not Max. I'm not 29 years old. My favorite color isn't blue. Is not or isn't. I have a brother and a sister. They aren't married. They are, they aren't. My brother isn't an engineer. My brother is, he isn't. My brother isn't. My sister isn't a teacher. My sister is, she isn't. My sister isn't a teacher. We aren't sad when we are together. We aren't, or we are not. Hope you aren't sad either. Ignore this either, don't pay attention now. You are, you aren't. These are the negative forms of the verb to be, and you will need them quite often as well. So one more example. Hi, I'm not Emily, obviously. I'm not. I'm not 25 years old. I'm not. My favorite color isn't green. It is. It isn't. My favorite color isn't green. I have a brother and a sister. They aren't twins. They are positive. They aren't negative. They aren't twins. My brother isn't a musician. He is. He isn't. My brother isn't a musician. My sister isn't a nurse. She is. She isn't. We aren't sad when we spend time together. We are positive. We aren't negative. We aren't sad when we spend time together. Hope you aren't sad either. You are positive. You aren't negative. Good. So let's look at it again, the short and the long form. You know that in English, they prefer short forms when they speak in spoken English. In formal English, if you write a letter or something, it's different. But in spoken English, they prefer really short forms. So, I'm not or I am not. You aren't or you are not. Hope you aren't sad. Hope you are not sad. After that, my brother isn't an engineer. He isn't. He is not. Okay? When you understand the logic, it's really easy. My sister isn't, or my sister is not. She isn't. She is not. My favorite color isn't blue. It, my favorite color. It isn't. It is not. We aren't sad. We aren't. Or we are not. Then you aren't. You are not. They aren't. They are not. I have a brother and a sister. They aren't married. Or they are not married. Okay? So these are the short and the long forms of the negative forms of the verb to be. Again, pay attention to this. When people speak, they prefer the short forms. When they write something formal, for example, when you write to your boss, you need the long forms. I'm not short. I am not long. You aren't. You are not. He isn't. He is not. She isn't. She is not. It isn't. It is not. We aren't. We are not. You aren't. You are not. They aren't. They are not. I'm sure you understood the logic and you even memorized them. So let's go to the exercises. And you know, now we are just checking what the exercises will be. Then you do them on your own and we check the answers together. So the exercise, here it is, the verb to be, the negative forms. In the first exercise, be careful here. You need to make the positive sentences negative and the negative sentences positive. Okay? You have negative sentence, you make it positive. Positive sentence, you make it negative. And the second exercise, you need to use these words and to write to write a positive sentence if there is plus, and negative sentence when there is minus. Good luck. Let's take a look at the exercises and their answers. So the first one, positive sentence negative, negative sentence positive. I'm not in London. Positive, I am in London. I'm in Cambridge now. Negative, I'm not in Cambridge now. It isn't cold outside. Positive, it is cold outside. It is sunny. Negative, it isn't sunny. Emily is outside. Negative, Emily isn't outside. She isn't at home. Positive, she is at home. Max isn't outside. Positive, Max is outside. He is at home. Negative, he isn't at home. They aren't together on a holiday. Positive, they are together on a holiday. The next one, happy plus he. He is happy. What about the negative sentence? Correct. He isn't happy, or he's not happy. Next one, we here, negative sentence. We aren't here, or we are not here. Positive, we are here. Exactly. Next one, Peter and Anne, England. Positive. Peter and Anne are from England, or are in England. Negative, aren't from, aren't in. Good. Last sentence, you a student. Negative sentence, you aren't a student. Good. If you want to make it positive, you are a student. Good job. You're ready for the next lesson. See you there. Now we know how to make a positive sentence with a verb to be, how to make it negative with not, adding not after the verb to be. The next step is to learn how to make questions. If you want to ask something with the verb to be, what you need to do? The answer is simple. You need to change the places of the verb are, in this case, and the pronoun you. Examples. Hi, are you Peter? No, I'm not. I'm Max. My brother is Peter. We are twins. Are you? Question. The positive. You are. You see? You just change the places of you and are, and the question is formed. Are you Peter? The answer, no, I'm not. No, negative form. No, I'm not. After that. Anne, is Max 30? No, he isn't. He is 29. Max is 29. Positive sentence. Max is. You change the places, is Max, and you make the question. Is Max 30? Negative answer. No, he isn't. No, comma, the negative form of the verb to be. No, he isn't. Is she your sister? Is she? Question. The positive one, she is. Is she your sister? Yes, she is. This is on. Positive answer, yes, and the positive form of the verb to be. She is. Is she? Yes, she is. Is it sunny outside? Yes, it is. It is sunny. Positive sentence. You want to make a question, so you change the places of is, the verb, and it, the pronoun. Is it sunny outside? Yes, it is. One more. Are we in London? Yes, we are. Are we? Question. Positive answer, yes, we are. Are you married? No, we aren't. Are they twins? Yes, they are. Just imagine this one, the picture is not perfect. So, are they? Yes, they are. Are they? You ask the question. Yes, they are. You give positive answer. How you form the question? You exchange the places of the verb and the pronoun. A quick revision of everything. So, am I? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Are you? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Or no, you aren't. Here it depends on the context. It depends in what situation you are going to use it. You understand this a little bit later if it is still unclear. So, are you married? You answer, yes, I am. You can't answer, yes, you are, right? So, are you? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Is he? Yes, he is. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. Positive answer. No, he isn't. Negative answer. After that, is she your sister? Yes, she is. Is she? Positive. Yes, she is. Negative. No, she isn't. You see that every time when you want to answer positively, you use yes, you put comma, and after that, she is, the positive form of the verb to be. Yes, she is. No, she isn't. Is it sunny outside? Is it? Positive answer, yes, it is. Negative answer, no, it isn't. Is it? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. And the plural forms, are we? Yes, we are. No, we aren't. Positive and negative answer. After that, are you? Yes, you are. No, you aren't. And are they? Yes, they are. No, they aren't. Good. So far we know the positive, the negative, and the question forms of the verb to be. We can also ask questions and give short answers. This yes, comma, something. This is called short answer. Positive short answer, yes, I am. Negative short answer, no, I'm not. Let's do some exercises. You know, we are checking the PDF, we are doing the exercises, and the answers are in the next video. So, checking the exercises first. Here they are. The first task, you need to make the questions. You need to fill in with the correct form of the verb to be. Think for whom you are talking about. If you talk about I, he, she, then just put the correct form. And the second one, there are 4 questions, 2 of them questions, 1 positive, 1 negative. Using the words that are given, you need to make sentences. Let's check them. Do, and I'm waiting for you in the next video. Let's check if everything you've written is correct. The first exercise, you need to make the correct questions, or you need the correct form of the verb to be. Where you from? You are, right? You need a question. Where are you from? He, your father. He is. Question, is he? What time our train? Our train, it is. What time is our train? Where? The hotel. Hotel, it is. You change the places? Where is the hotel? You, friends. Friends, they. You, are you. You are you in question. Rainy outside. So this may be a little bit difficult. You say in English, it is rainy. It is windy. So to make the question, you change the places. Is it rainy? Your mother a doctor? She is. Is she? Is your mother a doctor? Here are the answers. You may check if everything you've written is really correct. Okay? And in the second exercise, we need to form sentences. You have some words given. Out of the words, we need a sentence. They in Berlin. Question. Are they in Berlin? This is the correct question. What about a negative sentence? They aren't in Berlin. Exactly. And if you want to make a negative question, aren't they? That's it. Aren't they in Berlin? Just positive? They are. Okay, next one. Max married. Negative. Max, he. Negative. Max isn't married. Question. Is Max married? Negative question. Isn't Max married? And positive. Is Max married? Negative answer. No, he isn't. Peter and Anne from England. We need a question. Are Peter and Anne from England? Positive answer. Yes, they are. Negative answer. No, they aren't. We, students. Positive sentence. We are students. Negative sentence. We aren't students. Question. Are we students? Positive answer. Yes, we are. Good. I believe you've mastered the verb to be already. So let's go on with something different. I'm waiting for you in the next video. Now we know everything about the verb to be. We know how to make a positive sentence, how to make a negative sentence, and how to ask a very basic question. The next thing we are going to talk about are the personal pronouns, or how to say my, when to say his, when their, when her, and so on. I have prepared you some stories, and from the short stories we will understand what the rules are. Okay? The first one. I am Emily. My name is Emily. My favorite color is green. My brother is a musician. So when you speak about you say my. I am, my name is. After that, you. You are a student. At the moment, you are a student, really, and I am a teacher. What is your name? What is your favorite color? Try to answer, in fact. You see, you say, my name is. So I ask, what is your name? And you answer, my name is. My favorite color is. So, you, your. Then, about him. He is a boy. His name is Peter. His hair is dark. His favorite color is yellow. He, his. She. She is a girl. Her name is Anne. Her hair is light. Her favorite color is red. She, her. When you speak about somebody, right? So, for example, we are together, you and me, and we speak about another girl. So we say, her name is, her hair is, her favorite color is, and so on. When we speak about animals or about some things that you can touch, we use it. It is a cat. Its name is Kitty. Its eyes are light. Its fur is black. Be very careful here. It's, when you put an apostrophe before s, you know what is this, right? Yeah, this is the short form of it is. And the difference now. When you say it, you mean the possessive pronoun. You speak about it. It is a cat. Its name is. It, it's. Something else here. When you describe your pets, the animals that are at home, for example, your cat or your dog, they have names, right? So then you can say, her name is, his name is, and so on. But if the animal is on the street, then you use it. Not so important, but just to keep it in mind. It, it's. Then, there are a lot of people on the picture, and I am part of these people. So we are family. I am the boy. We are family together with the girl and the other boy. We are family. Our family is big. Our parents live in London. We, our. Again, a lot of people, but you speak about this group of people. You are family. Your family is big. Your parents live in London. You, your. The last situation. You speak with somebody else about a group of people. Ben. These are Pete, Max, and Anne. They are family. Their family is big. Their parents live in London. They, there. And once again, I, my. You, your. He, his. She, her. It, its. We, our. You, your. They, their. This is important, so I advise you to write it down in your notebook. This row is really important. Okay, I believe that it's time for the exercise, and you know what follows. We'll check the exercises, then you will do them on your own, the answers in the next video. Let's check the PDF. So here it is. In the first exercise, we need to write down the correct form. We have the personal pronouns, I, you, he, she, and we need to write down the possessive pronouns, his, her, our. The same one continues on the next page. The sentences are 12. Then the mistake that I told you that a lot of people do, it's or its. Be very careful here. Think where it is the short form of it is and where we need the possessive pronoun. Good luck. See you in the answer section. Let's check your answers. The first one. Does she like job? She, her. So, does she like her job? I know Mrs. Watson, but I don't know husband. Mrs. Watson, she, her. She, her. Max lives in France. Max, he, his. His house is wonderful. We are going to have a party. We are going to invite all friends. We, our. Okay? So, our friends. Please ignore all of the words and forms that are unclear now. We have enough time and we will go in details for each tense, for each structure. For now, it's important to practice what we have learned. So, we, our. Peter is going out with his friends this evening. Peter, he, his. My friends like tennis. It's their favorite sport. My friends, not me. So it is they, their. What about my friends and I like tennis? Our, right. So we, our. This is the difference here. When you say they, you mean a group of people without you. And when you say we, you are part of this group. The next one. Is that your bicycle? No, I don't have a bicycle. So here you see I, your. But you ask a question. It is the same as in the previous lesson. We had an example. What is your name? My name is. You can't answer your name is. So you ask, is that your bicycle? No, I don't have a bicycle. If you ask, Is that my bicycle? Well, it's possible in fact, but it's not that often. And you see here you have the inverted commas that identify that two people speak. Two people speak here. Is that your bicycle? No, I don't have a bicycle. I want to call Miss Peterson. Do you know her number? Miss Peterson, she, her. Do you think Anne and Max are happy in their jobs? Anne and Max. More than one person without me. Anne and Max, they are. Do you think they are happy in their? There. I am going to wash my hair. My. What a lovely cat. I love its fur. Cat, its. Max has a brother and a sister. His brother is 32 and his sister is 20. Max, he, his. Good job. After that, it's as a possessive pronoun without an apostrophe, or it's with an apostrophe, which means it is. So the first sentence, it's a lovely day today. It's a lovely day. It is. Look at that bird. Its song is lovely. The song of the bird. It's. You don't need apostrophe here. I live in a flat. It's small. It is small. The flat. It is apostrophe. My parents have a car. It's really fast. Its color is red. My parents have a car. It is really fast. Its color, the color of the car, is red. It's rainy outside. It is. It is rainy outside. Well done. See you in the next lesson. In our examples, you have seen these small words, and un. So now is the time to understand what is the difference between them and why they are used. Let's start with some examples. For example, he is a doctor. She is a nurse. She is a teacher. A doctor, a nurse, a teacher. Then, he is an architect. An architect. He is an engineer. An engineer. He is an actor. An architect, an engineer, an actor. So we have he's a doctor, but he's an actor. Look at the two sentences really carefully. What is the difference? Do you have any idea why in the first example we need a and in the second one we need an? There is something there with the letters. Pay attention to this. A doctor, a nurse, a teacher, an architect, an engineer, an actor. That's it. So when we use we use a when the next word, which is a noun, starts with a consonant D, N, T, B, C, and so on. We use an when the next word starts with a letter which is a vowel. The vowels in English are 5. So what you need to do is to remember them, and not in 100 but in 90%, these are only the situations in which you need an. So you remember A, E, I, O, U. And these are the vowels. A is used with a consonant. N is used with a vowel. Good. Now, let's look at some more examples to understand in what situations when you need to put these words. This is a chair. This is an umbrella. This is a table. You can't say this is chair or this is umbrella. It's wrong. Also, this is an elephant. This is a river. This is an iron. So, can you see some similarities, something that is the same for all of these examples? Okay, let me help you. A or an is used when you speak about a profession. He is a doctor. She is a nurse. I am a teacher. You are a student. He is a programmer. She is a painter. When you speak about the profession of somebody, you put a or an in front. Also, when you speak about one thing, one only, which is countable. Countable means that you can say 1, 2, 3. 1 chair, 2 chairs, 3 chairs. So, when you have one countable noun, then you use a or an in front of it. This is a chair. This is an umbrella. Well, unfortunately, in English, there are quite often exceptions. Some strange things which are not exactly the same as the general rule. For example, you say an hour, a university, an SMS, a European country. You see what's the problem here? For example, hour starts with H. H is not a vowel, not at all. But pay attention to the pronunciation. An hour. Ah. The first sound that you hear is a vowel. And this is what matters. This is what's important. Hour. Ah. So then you put an. A university. U. In transcription, U is written with J. J, U. So in front of this sound, you don't put an. You put a university. The same, an SMS, a vowel, SMS, a European country, U, J, U in transcription. Remember this, it's important what you hear. When you hear a vowel, then you write an. And of course, when we speak about professions, and when we speak about countable nouns in singular, or at least for now. There are a lot of other rules, but for now it's perfectly enough. Good. Let's practice what we've learned. And first of all, of course, let's check the PDF with the exercises. Okay. A or an. It's one exercise in fact, and it's real easy. You just need to write a or an. Good luck. See you in the next lesson. The exercise was really easy, I think. So let's check the answers. A or an? This is an orange. O is a vowel. It's one, it's in singular, so you need an in front. I have a yellow umbrella. Because Y is not a vowel. Be careful here. Yellow umbrella. If the sentence was I have umbrella, then what? Right, because umbrella, the first sound that you hear in this situation is a vowel. So I have a yellow umbrella. I have an umbrella. When there is an adjective, yellow is an adjective, in front of the noun, the adjective is important. You pay attention to the adjective. Good. Matt is an actor. Actor starts with a vowel, A, and it means profession. You know that when the word starts with a vowel and when it expresses profession, you use an in front. Is this a desk? Because the noun starts with a consonant and it means something in singular. So, a desk. This is an interesting story. Interesting adjective, right? So be careful here. Story is the noun and it starts with the consonant. The consonant is S, but in front of the noun we have an adjective, interesting. So because of the adjective interesting, which starts with I, and I, you know this one, is a vowel. So you put an. This is an interesting story. Then, my mother is an architect. Why? Because first you speak about profession, so you need either a or an. And after that, the word starts with A, which is a vowel, so you put an in front. Good job. I think you are ready for the next lesson. What we already know is the difference between a and an. When to use the first one and when to use the second one. You're careful about the word if it starts with a vowel or with a consonant. And, of course, if it is a countable noun. But this is just the very beginning of the story. Now, let's look at the difference between a and an and the. And we'll talk after that again. Okay, so let's get started with some examples. I want an apple. I want the apple. So in the first situation, we have a lot of apples. There are a lot of apples there. We want just one. In the second situation, there is only one apple. We want this apple. Or, can I open a window? There are a lot of windows. I just need to open one. Doesn't matter which one. Can I open the window? There is only one window. I need it opened. I need to open this window. I have a question. It's not specified. I just have one question. Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question that you've already said, so you say something, then you need to repeat this question, the same question. So the first rule, you use a or an when you speak about one thing of many things. For example, I want an apple. I want one of the apples. It doesn't matter which one. At the same time, the is used when you speak about the only thing. I want the apple. I want this apple over there. After that, I bought a t-shirt. The t-shirt is lovely. Or, can I open a window? Please close the window. So here, I bought a t-shirt. You say it for the first time. You just bought one t-shirt. The t-shirt, this is the t-shirt that you bought, is a lovely. Your t-shirt. You know which t-shirt you are talking about. Can I open a window? One of the windows. It doesn't matter which one. Please close the window. The window that you have opened. We live in a house. The house is great. We live in one house. It doesn't matter which one. The house, our house, that you know about, that I told you about. This house is great. We live in a house. You say it for the first time. The house is great. Our house. This house is great. The same. I have a new bike. I say it for the first time. I like the bike. I like the bike that I have. I like my bike. So I speak exactly about this bike that I bought. A or an is used when you mention something for the first time. The is used when you mention something more than once. I live in a house. You mention it, you say it for the first time. I live in a house. I live in a flat. For the first time. After that, the house where I live is wonderful. The house. The house that I have already mentioned. Good. Go to the red car. Some more examples. Go to the red car. Give me the blue pencil, please. So what we have here, there are a lot of cars. Green car, red car, blue car. But there is only one red car. So go to the red car. Exactly this one. Not go to a car. If I tell you go to a car, it means go to whichever car you want. Choose a car and go to it. Go to the red car means go to the car that I'm telling you. This is the car. Go to it. The same. Give me the blue pencil, please. The blue pencil. There is only one blue pencil, right? So give me that. I don't care about the others. Give me that one. Show me the tree with the green leaves. Only one tree is with green leaves. Show me the tree with the green leaves. Or, do you see the hen? There are 3 chickens and 1 hen. So, do you see the hen? This hen? Which means that when we speak about something which is one of its kind, which is unique, then we use the again. The example that you need to remember Go to the red car. Not go to a car, whichever you want. Go to the red car. This is, I know where you're going to. Enough theory. So let's do the exercises. They are for you, of course. First, we are checking just the PDF. And the exercises are two. The first one, you need to fill in with a, an, or the. It's my advice to write all of the rules that are in the lessons in a notebook or in a notepad or wherever you prefer, but just have them on one place, because if you only watch, it doesn't matter how good your visual memory is, you will not be able to memorize everything. Learning a language, the grammar of a language, is a little bit more specific. So you need to be engaged, you need to be part of the whole process. Which means, please write down all of the rules which are in the lectures. Good. When you have the rules, you can check which rule is applied in which sentence, which rule we use in each sentence. A, an, or the. And the second exercise, you need to correct the sentences. Something else that I told you at the very beginning. It is not a problem if you don't understand everything. What you need to be careful about is to understand the most important, to understand the basic, okay? And I'm sure that you can do it. Good luck, and see you in the answer section. You know the rules, you know when to use a, an, and when to put the. So let's now just check your answers. A, an, or the. They enjoyed their holiday. The hotel was really good. The here you need to put, because you speak about holiday, right? So they enjoyed the hotel during the holiday. That's it. You speak about one thing that the other person knows about. The hotel that we were in during our holiday. Can I ask a question? In general, can I ask one question? This is the first time when I will ask it. You don't know what I will ask about. Can I ask a question? If you have an answer or a second question, please answer my question. Please answer the question. That's the difference between a and the in this situation. Jane, you look tired. You need a holiday. You need a holiday in general. Holiday is countable. It's in singular. It doesn't start with a vowel. It starts with a consonant. So this is what you need. Where's Anne? She's in the kitchen. You know where. When you say she's in the kitchen, you mean in our kitchen or in her kitchen, but in the kitchen that you know about. She's not in a kitchen in general. She's in one place at this time. You know where this place is, okay? So because of that, you use the. Maria is an interesting person in general. You don't say that she's the interesting person that I know. She's an interesting person. Person is singular and it's countable. In front of person, you use an adjective, interesting. The adjective starts with a vowel, I. So that's why you need an. Maria is an interesting person. you mention this fact for the first time, on is the answer. May I close the door, please? Imagine the situation. You are in one room. In this room, the door is open and you want to close it. So you want to close the door that is open, right? You don't want just to close one door. May you close the door, please? After that, correct the sentences. Don't forget to turn on the light when you go out. Turn on the light which is on. Light here is the same as lamp. So may you turn on the light? Enjoy your trip and don't forget to send me a postcard. Postcard, singular, countable, starts with a consonant. In front of it, you put a. What's the name of this city? What's the name of this city? Name is countable noun. And you speak about one exact name. You need the name of this city. When you speak about something which is one of its kind, you put the. This city has only one name. You need to know the name of the city. Bulgaria is a small country. Country, noun, singular, starts with a consonant, C. The adjective in front of the noun starts with a consonant as well. So what you need to add in front of the adjective is a. Is Peter in the kitchen? You can't ask, is Peter in kitchen or in a kitchen? The situation. You are in your flat. You see that Peter is not in the room where you are, and you ask, is Peter in the kitchen? There is one kitchen. Peter is probably there. One day I will study at a university. University, singular, countable. You need something in front. Why not an? Because university in transcription, just to remind you, starts with J-U. The first sound that you hear is U, and it's not vowel, it's a consonant. So one day I will study at a university. Good job. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we will see how the plural forms in English are formed. Or, in other words, how to say to what? To cars, for example. There are a lot of exceptions. In fact, there are spelling rules. So I have prepared you a lot of pictures with a lot of examples, and we will understand everything. It's easy. So let's get started. When you see you already know the basic rules. It's easy to remember that is the same as one. So a car or one car is the same. When you want to say three, then you say three cars. The same. A chair, 8 chairs. How is the plural formed? From these words you can see you have the word in singular. This is called singular when something is one. A car, one car. Car is in singular. The plural is formed when you add s to the singular. More examples. A flower, 3 flowers. A cup, 4 cups. Okay? It's clear. You have the singular After that, the plural is formed with s. You just add s at the end of the singular form. And the plural form is used when you speak about two or more things. A car, 3 cars. What happens when the word in singular finishes in s? For example, you can't say a bus to bus, right? You need something. You need to make it easy to hear. So you say a bus to buses. Or a bush, again, you can't say to bushes. You say for bushes. You add e. A bus to buses, a bush for bushes. A brush to brushes. A box, 3 boxes. So the rule is that when the singular noun finishes in s or sh or x or tch as watch, and you want to make the plural form, you add es. Remember this one. At the beginning, students find it really difficult. So a bus to buses. You add es, you read it normally. You don't try to say bus, right? Or bus. This one I've heard box or bus. It doesn't work on that way. Brushes, boxes, watches. Good. Another example. A baby to babies. A dictionary for dictionaries. Okay, you don't know the rule, but what you notice? Pay attention to the letters in red. by, baby, babies, ies. Okay, so there is something that changes, and it is changed in the way you write the plural form. The rule: when the singular, you know already singular, one, finishes in consonant plus y, consonant, you know, B, C, D, F, okay? So when the singular noun finishes in consonant plus y, then in plural you add es and y is changed into I. Remember this one. You will need the same rule when it comes to verbs. Okay, for now just remember about plural. Baby, babies, ies. Dictionary, dictionaries, ies. Important: when the word finishes in consonant plus y. And why it is important, look at this example. A key, 2 keys, nothing changes. Or a boy, 3 boys, nothing changes. You keep y and just add s. So when the singular noun finishes in vowel plus y, as boy, toy, key, then you form the plural when you just add s. Nothing changes. Good. Scarf, scarves. Thief, thieves. So what you notice here, the final letter is F when we speak about the singular noun. It finishes in F. In plural, F is changed into VES. A scarf to scarves. A thief to thieves. This is the rule, and it is the same in these examples. Wife to wives. knife, 2 knives, which means when the noun in singular finishes in F as scarf or FE as knife, then in plural you change F with VES. 1 scarf, 5 scarves. 1 knife, 3 knives. And we are almost over, but almost. I told you that there are a lot of exceptions in English. That's it. The first place when you really need to memorize these words. A man, 2 men, not men's. A man, 2 men. A child, 1 child, 2 children. Be careful here. A child, 2 children, not children, as people sometimes pronounce it. Or a woman, 4 women. Difference in the pronunciation. Woman, women. A foot, 2 feet. Now is the time to start writing in your notebook or notepad or whatever. These pairs of words are important. So, woman, women, foot, feet. Tooth, teeth. A tooth, 2 teeth. A mouse, 2 mice. And it's enough almost with the examples. Okay, 2 more I prepared. A sheep, 2 sheep. Here be careful. When you use sheep in plural, you don't add anything, you don't change anything. It's the same word, just used in different context. And because it's in different context, you need to be careful. What about when we start studying the verbs you will understand? But just remember for now, a sheep, 2 sheep, no difference in the form. The same here, a fish, 2 fish, that's it. You don't say 2 fishes in the general case. Again, exception, but this is a long story. Yet, so far it was enough with the exceptions, with the rules, and so on. Please watch it again if you need. Write down all of the spelling rules because they are basic and they are really important. You will understand this one when we start studying the verbs, and as soon as you remember them, it will be easier for you. Just try to memorize everything now, then it will be really easy. Exercises, let's check the PDF. The first exercise, you need to write the plural. The words are in singular, you need to write the plural. And the second exercise, there are mistakes in the sentences, you need to correct them. So in the next lesson, you will find the answers, and we will also make a revision of the rules. See you there. Alright, so let's revise the basic rules from the previous lesson and see if you've answered correctly. The first task was to write the plurals. And in order to write the plurals, you need to know the spelling rules. Good. Lemon, lemons. Just S, nothing specific here. Address, addresses. You add ES because the word in singular finishes in double S. So you can't pronounce it without adding the vowel there. Sandwich, sandwiches. The word in plural finishes in CH. So to make it easy to pronounce and correct, you need to add ES. Body, bodies. Why? is changed into IES because the word in singular finishes in Y plus a consonant before that. Bode, bodes. Cite, cites. Same logic. Cite finishes in T, which is consonant, plus Y. Cites. IES in plural. Woman, women. An exception in plural. You just memorize this one. Child, children. Same story. You just learn it. No logic here. You just memorize these words. Holiday, holidays. You only add S. Why? Well, the word finishes in Y, but there is a vowel before that, A. In this case, you know, you only need to add S at the end of the plural. Family, families. Here is the difference. Family finishes in L-Y. L is a consonant, plus Y. So when you form the plural, Y is changed into IES. Bus, buses. Bus in singular finishes in S. And you know it. When the word finishes in S, in plural, you need ES. Sheep, sheep, one of those specific words again. Sheep has the same form in singular and in plural. Good. The second exercise, correct the sentences. There are a lot of men's in the room. Men's? So the singular is man, the plural is men. I have 3 dictionaries. Spelling. The word finishes in Y plus consonant before that. So when you change it to plural, you need to transform Y into IE and to add S. Your children is lovely. Your children is in plural. So you need to change the verb. Your children are lovely. Or the other way you can do the sentence, your child is lovely. Both of these are correct, just the meaning is different. I like all your scarf. All your means that you speak about more than one. When you speak about more than one of something, you need the plural form. So, I like all your scarves. After the whole day, my 2 foot hurt. 2 foot. Foot is one of those words which have specific forms for plural. So 1 foot, 2 feet. My 2 feet hurt. There are a lot of sheep over there. Same. Sheep in singular, sheep in plural. My boy are twins. Well, when they are twins, obviously they are 2. So you need the plural form. Boys, it just forms the normal plural. You only add S. Good. I'm sure that everything was correct. So see you in the next lesson. In this video, we'll talk about the differences between this, that, these, and those. Yes, they can sound a little bit familiar, and at the same time, you're not quite sure, probably, what's the difference. So let's look at some situations. Man and tree. He says, look at this tree here. This here. This is used when you want to speak about one thing which is close to you. One close, one near. This here. That's the way to memorize it. After that, one tree in the distance. Look at that tree there. That there. Again, one thing, you speak about one thing, but this thing is far away. It's in the distance. Then, look at these trees here. These. You see that the trees are more than one. So in this situation, when you speak about something which is near you, and at the same time there are two or more, you use these. Look at these trees here. The last situation, look at those trees there. Those there. It means that there are two or more things that you speak about, and these two or more things are in the distance. They are far away. If you look at it in one chart, it looks like this. When you speak about one thing near, you use this. Two or more things near, these. One thing far, that. Two or more things far, those. This, that, these, those. This chart in your notebook or your notepad or whatever. Okay, you know it. So let's see if you've understood the difference, because theoretically speaking, it's clear, I think. Exercises, we are taking the PDF. Okay, so the first task, you need to write this or these. The second one, that or those. In fact, the only thing you need to be careful about here is whether we speak about something in plural or something in singular. Okay, see you in the answer section. Alright, a quick revision of what we speak about first. This, that, these, those. This, one thing near. That, one thing far. These, two or more things near. And those, two or more things far. Let's check the exercises. This or these is the first question. Boxes, plural, these. Ship, singular, this. Man, singular, this. Children, plural, these. Feet, plural, these. Women, plural, these. Trains, again, plural, these. Cook, singular, this. Trees, plural, these. Food, singular, these. Sorry, this. Food, singular, this. Okay, a quick revision of the irregular plural. I'm telling you the noun in singular. You think and pronounce the noun in plural. Ready? Start. Child, children. Man, men. Woman, women. Sheep, sheep. Foot, feet. Tooth, teeth. Mice, okay, mice, the singular is mouse. Good? The same words, just this time we need that or those. The difference again, that one thing near, those two or more things far. Those boxes, that ship, that man, those children, those feet, those women, those trains, that cook, those trees, that food. Well done. See you in the next lesson. So in this video, we'll speak about the difference between an, that we already know, and some. Some is something new, but let's start from what we know. So what we spoke about is that or an we use when we speak about a profession. For example, he is a doctor, or he is an engineer. The other situation, we use a or an with countable noun, which is in singular, with one countable noun. For example, this is a chair. Good. But what will happen if we want to speak about uncountable nouns? Right? There is some logic. So till now, we spoke about countable nouns. One chair, one desk, one table. But there are some things that you cannot count. For example, water, music. You can't say one water, one music, two musics. No, it's not natural in English. It's not correct. Well, in this situation, we will need some. And let's see what we mean. So, we say a glass of water, some water. You see the difference? I want a glass of water. Please, give me some water. Or, I want a cup of coffee. Please, give me some coffee. A cup of coffee, you say exactly how much. You say what quantity you want. Some coffee, you just want some coffee. You don't say exactly 1 cup or half cup or something like that. So, to make an uncountable noun countable, as you see from these examples, there are two ways. The first way, to use a and to specify what. For example, a glass of or a cup of. The second way is to use some plus the uncountable noun. More examples. You say a euro, but some money. Remember this. In English, money is uncountable. It means you say money is. Money is important. Money is not important. Not money are. Really, be careful here. It's quite common mistake that people just say money are. No, money is. A song and some music. After that, if you speak about cheese, a piece of cheese, some cheese. So some, when you don't want to say how much exactly, you just mean some. A bottle of wine, some wine, same logic. Or a bar of chocolate, some chocolate. Okay? All of these please write down and memorize. You will need them all the time while you're using English. It means all the time, really. So, a bar of chocolate, some chocolate. A carton of milk, some milk. A loaf of bread and some bread. In English, bread is also uncountable. You can't say go to the shop and buy a bread. No, you say please go and buy a loaf of bread or go and buy some bread. A piece of advice, some advice. Advice is also uncountable. You can't say I need an advice. You say I need a piece of your advice or I need some advice. Would you help me? A piece of advice. And here are some other uncountable nouns. Some rice, rice is uncountable. Some air, air is uncountable. Some salt, salt is uncountable. Some sugar, sugar is uncountable. You understood the logic. When you can't count something, it's uncountable, which means that you can say either a of something, a piece of, a bottle of, a cup of, a bar of, a loaf of, or just use some and you don't specify the quantity. Good? Some other examples. Some hair, hair is uncountable. Some information, information is also uncountable. Some news, news is uncountable in English. Some work, work is uncountable. Probably there are some differences between the countable and uncountable nouns in your native language and in English, and it's normal. This is in fact specific for different languages. So again, just you need to memorize these rules. And the first rule, or an, is used with countable noun in singular. Some is used with uncountable nouns. Good, but that's not the only case. For example, you say a chair, but some chairs. There are some chairs in the room. You don't say how many. You don't want to count. Imagine that there are 20. The number is not important. It's important that there are some chairs. So, a is used with the countable noun. Some is used with the countable noun in plural. The same, a table, countable noun singular, some tables. Countable noun plural. Here is another example. An umbrella, some umbrellas. Or an iron, some irons. Okay? We need countable noun. Then we check if the countable noun is in singular, you put a or an. The rules you know. If the countable noun is in plural, then you use some in front. A or an, countable singular, some with countable in plural. Okay, enough theory. Let's do some practice. So there is a PDF with exercises. As always, find additional exercises too. Here you need practice. You will find different tasks in the other lessons as well as in the tests, in the quiz tests. Just practice. It's easy, in fact, to memorize the grammar in theory. The difficult part is to use it in practice. And usually people have really no problems remembering this or that rule. But when it comes to using the rule, then the problems happen. Okay, the exercises. Here is the PDF. An, or some. And we have 10 sentences. just as a beginning. Don't worry, there are extra exercises in the other lectures as well. Good luck and see you in the explanatory video. Alright, what we know is the difference between an, and some, and it's time to practice it. Let's just revise really quickly. A, countable singular, when the next word starts with a consonant. Uncountable singular, the next word starts with a vowel. Some is used when we speak about uncountable nouns, some rice, some sugar, some bread, or when we speak about countable nouns in plural and we don't want to specify the number. A chair, some chairs. Good. The exercises. I have a really good idea. Idea, countable, singular, starts with a vowel, but it's not important here. We need the first word that will be after a or an, in our case really. So I have a really good idea. That's interesting job. In the previous video, I told you that work in English is uncountable. I have some work. I need to do some work. Okay? But job is countable, which means that we have an adjective which starts with a vowel in front of a countable noun in singular. Interesting job. The correct answer, that's an interesting job. There is goat in that old mine. Goat is uncountable noun. Uncountable noun, and in front of it we add some. There is some goat. Do the Smiths have yellow car? Yellow. Y is Y is a consonant, so we add a. Do the Smiths have a yellow car? Car, singular noun, countable. Look, there are sandwiches over there. Sandwiches, countable noun, plural. So what we need is some. There are some sandwiches. He wants chocolate. Chocolate is uncountable noun in English. It's not bar of chocolate. If the sentence was he wants bar of chocolate, then we need a. But in our situation, he wants some chocolate. I have homework to do for tomorrow. Homework and housework in English are uncountable nouns. You see, work is the second part. Work is uncountable. That's the logic. So, uncountable noun, we need some in front. I have some homework to do for tomorrow. There's nice girl in that car. Girl, countable noun, singular. Adjective in front of it starts with a consonant, so what we need is a. There's a nice girl in that car. Would you like milk? Milk, uncountable noun. Would you like some milk? What about this sentence? Would you like blank cup of milk? Yes, in this situation we need a cup of milk. Would you like wine? Wine again, uncountable noun. In front of it we need some. Would you like some wine? The same. The sentence is would you like blank bottle of wine? Then what do we need? A. Would you like a bottle of wine? Okay, so these are the answers. Check if everything is as you've written it. Good job. Keep working, keep studying, and see you in the next lesson. Alright, an, or some, I think it's clear already. The next small but very important word we are going to talk about is any. And what's the difference between some and any? Let's get started. What we know is that some we use with countable nouns in plural. For example, there are some chairs in the room. There are some people on the street. Or we use some when we speak about uncountable nouns. For example, I'm going to the shop and I will buy some bread, some rice. And some more examples. There are some people over there. Some people. Some friends are coming. Some friends. Friends. Plural, countable noun, some in front. I like some of her songs. Not all, just some of them. Get. But there are situations in which some is not the correct choice. There aren't some people over there. No, you can't say it like that. Are there some people over there? No, it's wrong again. So what are we going to do in these situations? Well, the answer is any. Any is what we need. Look at these examples. There are some people over there. The sentence is positive, right? It finishes with a full stop. Positive sentence, I mean the verb is positive. There are. Are is the positive form. Good. But there aren't some people over there. You cannot say. Why? Because we have here a negative sentence. So this is what you need to be careful about. What's the type of the sentence? Positive sentence? Some. Negative sentence? No, some doesn't work. The same here. Are there some people over there? It's a question. When we have a question sentence, some is not the correct choice again. And in all these cases, in fact, we need any. So this is really important. Please write down the rule. In a positive sentence, we use some. There are some people over there. In a negative sentence and in a question, we use any. There aren't any people over there. Are there any people over there? Get more examples. I need some chocolate. Is there any chocolate? I see some clouds. I don't see any clouds. Please buy some rice. Don't buy any rice. Do you notice something similar here? Yes, the rules for some and any are the same. The difference is in the sentences in which these words are used. Again, some is used when we have a positive sentence that finishes with a full stop, or it's called affirmative sentence. Positive sentence with a full stop is enough. Get. On the other hand, in question and in negative sentence, we use any. The last example, I need some air, positive sentence. There isn't any air here, negative sentence, any. And here is the rule. Some is used with countable nouns in plural. The sentence is positive. And with uncountable nouns. Any, used in the same cases with countable nouns in plural and with uncountable nouns. The only difference is that any is used in a negative sentence and in a question. So remember this one. Positive sentence, some. Negative or question, any. And time to practice what we've learned. The exercises part, let's check the PDF. Here it is. The first exercise, we need to choose between some and any. You have the rules in the lecture. They are written in your notebook or your notepad or whatever. So just use them. And the second exercise is a little bit more interesting. Not more difficult, but more interesting. Some, any, a, or an. Good luck. Welcome back. So now we are starting with the exercises, with the explanations, and with the answers, of course. I don't have friends in the class. Some or any. The main difference between some and any. First, to revise the basics. Some, positive sentence. Any, negative sentence and question. I don't have friends is in plural. I don't have any friends in the class. Why? Negative sentence. Negative sentence, any, we need. There isn't water in the fridge. The sentence is negative. In a negative sentence, we use any. There isn't any water in the fridge. I need a rest. Positive sentence, so we need some. I need some rest. I can't see photos that I like. Negative sentence, any. I can't see any photos that I like. Are there students who want to come? Question. In a question sentence, we need any. Are there any students who want to come? I hope there aren't problems. There aren't, negative sentence. In a negative sentence, any. There aren't any problems. You really need advice. Some, positive sentence. And why not un? Because advice is uncountable. Exactly. If you want to put a in front, you need a piece of. You really need a piece of advice. Can you give me advice on that? Question. In a question sentence, we need any. And here are the answers to check. Good. The second exercise. Some, any, a, or an. Are there sandwiches in the bar? Sandwiches. Sandwich is countable noun, and in this sentence it's in plural. So we have a question also. Are there any sandwiches in the bar? My friend, doctor. We speak about a profession, which means we need a or an. The word doctor starts with a consonant. In front of a consonant, we use a. My friend is a doctor. I need money. Money, be careful here, is uncountable noun. So the sentence is positive, which means that in this case we need some. I need some money. My mother is engineer. Profession. The word starts with a vowel. Un. My mother is an engineer. They want to buy lemons. Lemon. Countable noun. Plural. Positive sentence. Exactly. Some. They want to buy some lemons. Is there sugar at home? Sugar. Uncountable. Then the sentence, it's a question, which means that we need any. Is there any sugar at home? People are never happy. People are. The word is in plural. The sentence, it's positive, so we need some. Some people are never happy. And here are the answers. Well done, guys. I hope you're getting better and better. So keep on practicing and see you in the next lesson. In some of the example sentences, you heard that I use structures as there is or there are. For example, there are some people on the street, or there are some tables in the room. Well, let's see what's the difference between there is and there are, and in what situations we need to use them. We start with examples, of course, and from the examples, we will reach our conclusions and our rules. The first one, there is a cup on the table. There is a girl on the street. There is a chimney on the roof. Okay? You speak about something that is there. There is something. And this something, when you use there is singular countable noun in this situation. There is a cup, there is a girl, there is a chimney. Look at this. There is a bird on the tree, there is a carpet on the floor, there is a fridge in the kitchen. So all of these examples are examples of situations in which we use there is plus singular noun. There is a cup on the table. There is a watch. There is a clock. There is a chair. When you describe a room, for example, one of the most common examples that you will see in different textbooks and in general in different classes is describe your room with sentences that start with there is or there are. This is typical for English. There is or there are at the beginning of the sentence. You can't say a cup there is on the table. Yeah, you can't. Just don't do it. There is a cup on the table. Get. There are flowers in the garden. There are children in the zoo. There are birds in the sky. So what do you notice here? There are, the same as there is at the beginning of the sentence, right? And it is used when we have countable nouns in plural. There are flowers, there are children, there are birds. Just a quick revision because I saw children. So 2 children, 1 child, 2 women, 1 woman, 2 mice, 1 mouse, a lot of people, 1 person. Get. Some other examples. There are children outside. There are clouds in the sky. There are skyscrapers in the city. So when you speak about a noun that is in plural, you use there are, and there are stands at the beginning of the sentence. There are plus noun in plural. Something else here. There is also used when we speak about uncountable nouns. For example, there is some ice cream on the table, or there is some water in the fridge. Good. After that, how can we make the sentences questions? Is there a cup on the table? And the answer, yes, there is. Or no, there isn't. So, is there a cup on the table? Yes, there is. Is there a knife on the table? No, there isn't. The rule, there is positive. You change the places of is and there, and you form the question. Is there? Yes, there is. Positive answer. No, there isn't. Negative answer. More examples. Is there a girl on the street? Yes, there is. Is there a dog on the street? No, there isn't. Okay? Question. Positive answer, yes, there is. Negative answer, no, there isn't. Is there a chimney on the roof? Positive answer, yes, there is. Negative answer, no, there isn't. Is there a bird on the roof? No, there isn't. So, is there is used plus singular, and the answers are yes, there is, and no, there isn't. The next case, plural. Are there flowers in the garden? Yes, there are. After that, are there birds in the sky? No, there aren't. The logic is the same. There are positive. To make it a question, you exchange the places of there and are. Are there birds? Are there flowers? Positive answer, yes, there are. Negative answer, no, there aren't. More examples. Are there children in the zoo? Yes, there are. Are there monkeys in the zoo? Negative, no, there aren't. And the last example, are there birds in the sky? Yes, there are. Are there clouds in the sky? No, there aren't. Good. The rule, are there plus the noun in plural. Examples of the answers, yes, there are, positive answer, no, there aren't, negative answer. Negative sentences. There isn't a flower in the garden. There isn't a cat on the carpet. There isn't a TV in the kitchen. So, there isn't. When you want to say that something is not there, something is not in the room, or something is not in the garden. There isn't a flower, there isn't a cat, there isn't a TV. The rule, there isn't, goes with the singular noun. There aren't parents outside, same logic. There aren't birds in the sky. There aren't houses in the city. There aren't is the negative form of there are, and it is used with plural nouns. The rule, there aren't plus plural. Good. Everything that we spoke about. When there is a positive sentence, one thing we speak about, there is. Two or more things, there are. Negative, there isn't, there aren't. And the question, it's really easy. You just exchange the words, you change their places. Is there, are there. Time to practice what we've learned, and time to check the PDF. Good. There is in fact only one exercise so far, so what you need to do is to fill in with there is or there are. See you in the explanatory section. There is, there are. There isn't, there aren't. Is there, are there. Let's see what you remember from the previous lesson and how you did the exercise. London is an old city. Some old buildings. Old buildings, plural. The sentence is positive. You have some in the sentence, and you know that some is used in positive sentences. So there are some old buildings. The next one, anything in the fridge? Question. In question, we need is there. Is there anything in the fridge? Some colleagues of mine in that bus. Some colleagues, colleagues noun in plural. Some is again your marker for a positive sentence. So there are some colleagues of mine in that bus. A pencil on your desk. Pencil, noun, singular. And question. The sentence is question. Is there a pencil on your desk? Any girls in your class? Question. Any. Girls is countable and it's in plural. So, are there any girls in your class? Much traffic outside. There isn't much traffic outside. Well, this sentence exactly, just remember that much is used in a negative sentence. That's how I understood that we need there isn't. The positive form, a lot of. Okay? Enough for this. There isn't much traffic outside. A bus from the city center to the airport. Question, noun in singular, is there. Is there a bus from the city center to the airport? And the answers. Well done. Well, it's time to start with the tenses. The first tense we are going to talk about is present simple. I'm waiting for you in the next lesson. See you in a while. Okay, so it's time to start with the tenses in English. Something that, in fact, a lot of people find difficult. Actually, it's important to understand why you need these tenses. The answer is simple: to be able to speak. To be able to speak in a way that the other people will be able to understand you. So we start with present simple. If you look at the content of the course, you will see that the names of the tenses are repeated in different levels. The idea is that every time I will give you a part of the grammar. Nobody needs everything from the beginning. You need to make simple sentences as a child. And this is really my piece of advice. Advice uncountable, right? So this is my piece of advice. Think of the language as if you are a child. A child speaks how? Speaks in simple sentences. So that's why we will start working with simple sentences. This is the problem of adults most of the times. They just want to speak in a complicated way, to say something in a difficult way. No, it doesn't work like that. So, present simple, step by step, and till the end of the course, you will know everything about the English tenses. Present simple, positive forms. And an example. I work in an office. You work in an office. He works in an office. She works in an office. It walks in an office. We work. You work. They work. Okay? You see where the changes? Exactly, in the verb. So when we speak about the tenses, we will be careful what's happening with the verbs in the sentences. Verb, just to remind you, this is the action, the word which means action. Another example. I play outside. You play. He plays. She plays. It plays. We play. You play. They play. If you look at the examples carefully, what you notice? The verb is one and the same when we use I, you, we, and they. When it comes to he, she, and it, at the end of the verb, we add s. Well, this is the rule. In present simple, when we speak about he, she, or it, at the end of the sentence, we add s. The next question. In what situations we use present simple? Or when do we need it when we speak? Some sentences for examples. We cycle to work every day. My husband rides a bike every day. It rains every autumn. He speaks 3 languages in general. Do you see the similarity here? So when something happens every day, when something happens often, when something happens all the day or usually, then we use present simple. I work at school. I go to work by the bus. I like music. I love literature, and so on. You speak about something in general, or you speak about something that usually happens. Spelling rules. And yes, there are some things that you need to memorize, that you need to remember. But in fact, do you remember when we spoke about the plural forms of the nouns? Baby, babies, dictionary, dictionaries. Right. I told you that in that situation, it's important to remember the rules. Why? Because you will need the same rules with the verbs. Here you are. The baby cries outside. Cry plus s, the verb is changed into IES. Why? Goes to IES. Another example. He tries to come on time every day. Try plus s. Y is changed into IES. He studies every day. Same change you can see. What's the rule? When the verb finishes in consonant, cry R, try R, study D, consonant plus Y, and you add s, then y is changed into ies. The same rule as the plural forms of the nouns. Okay? Another rule. The child plays outside. He always buys lovely presents. What's the difference now? The verb finishes in a vowel, and the vowel a or u in buy is followed by y. A, y, u, y. Then you add s, and that's it. Nothing changes. You know this rule, again, from the plural forms of the nouns. Another thing that you need to remember. These two verbs, go and do. When you add s, you need e as well. Goes is written G-O-E-S. Does, D-O-E-S. You need these verbs very often. So please remember and do not make mistake again writing the verb not in the correct way. Goes and does. Another one. The child passes the street every day. Or she watches TV every day. Or she manages a lot of people. He always finishes first. Again, you know what this rule is from the plural forms of the nouns. When the verb finishes in s or sh or tch or ge, then you need to add e. S only is not enough, and you pronounce it in a different way. Passes, watches, manages, finishes. Well done. The first step is done already. So let's start with the exercises, and after that we'll continue with the other forms that are typical for present simple. The PDF. Two exercises are waiting for you here. You need to open the brackets. This is an exercise that you will have very often during the whole course. So you need to open the brackets and to fill in with the correct form in present simple. Be careful with the spelling. Time to check the exercises. So, we walk to work every day. Just the task again, present simple. Positive sentences we know only, so present simple, positive. He, she, it, the verb needs s at the end. In all the other persons, I, you, we, they, you just use the verb. Okay, we walk, no change. My husband drives a car every day. My husband, he drives. It snows every winter. It. I speak, no change here. I speak 4 languages. My dog plays in the garden all the time. My dog, it plays. They live in a house. No change here. My sister lives in a flat. My sister, she lives. The answers. Good? Here, be careful for spelling. Once again, I'm telling you, and let's start. An teaches, es you need because the verb finishes in ch. An teaches, she teaches English. My dog loves meat. My dog, it. loves. Pete washes his hands very often. Washes, the verb finishes in sh. Anne and Pete study at the same class. Anne and Pete, they study. No change. Mark works in a big company. Works, only s. He works. My wife gets up very early. Get up, this is one more specific verb. It is called phrasal verb. And the change here is only in the first part, in get, because I have seen it in fact quite often at the beginning. People write gets ups. The verb is get. So my wife gets up very early. Pete watches TV every evening. Watch, TCH. So you add es and make the correct form, and here are the answers. Good job. Well, we are ready with the beginning of present simple. Let's go on and see what we are going to talk about in the next video. So, as we understood how the positive form of present simple is formed, let's look at the negative one. Or how can you say that you don't do something? I don't work, he doesn't work. Some examples. I like football. You don't like football. I have a brother. I don't have a brother. Like, don't like. Have, don't have. I. The other example. He rides a bicycle. She doesn't ride a horse. He rides a bicycle. She doesn't ride. He lives in a house. She doesn't live in a house. Do you see the difference? I have, you don't have. He rides, she doesn't ride. More examples. I work in an office. I don't work in an office. You work, you don't work. He works, but he doesn't work. And remember this one, doesn't plus the main form of the verb, plus the infinitive. He doesn't work. She works, she doesn't work. It walks, it doesn't walk. We work, we don't work. You work, you don't work. They work, they don't work. Look at these examples. Well, this is when you use I, you, we, or they, we need don't, and just put the verb after that. Be careful when we speak about he, she, or it. He works in the positive sentence. He doesn't and work in the negative. This S from the positive sentence in works goes to doesn't S there, and you have only the infinitive after that. Very important to remember. He works, he doesn't work. You don't like football. She doesn't live in a house. If you remember only these two sentences, it will be enough for you to be sure that your sentences are correct. Don't like, doesn't live. And the rule, to make the negative sentence in present simple. When we speak about I, you, we, they, we need don't. Don't plus the verb. When we use he, she, or it, we need doesn't plus the verb in the main form. Repeating this one again. Enough theory, a little bit practice. So let's check the PDF. Here it is. The first exercise, there are positive sentences given. You need to make them negative. The second one, just put don't or doesn't. The third one, open the brackets. Be careful if we have positive or negative form. Good luck. See you in the next lesson. The rules from the previous video. Again, present simple negative. That is what we are going to practice now. He, she, it, doesn't plus the main form of the verb. I, we, they, don't plus the main form of the verb. The exercises. Make them negative. So, he works in Madrid. Works. Negative. He doesn't work. We speak Chinese. Negative. We don't speak Chinese. Peter loves cats. Peter doesn't love cats. My brother likes toys. My brother doesn't like toys. She travels by car. She doesn't travel by car. It snows every day. It doesn't snow every day. We sleep at this time. We don't sleep at this time. And the answers are written in front of you. Good. Next one. Don't or doesn't. She, he, it doesn't. So it's easy. She doesn't speak Italian. My sister, she doesn't live in France anymore. They don't watch TV every day. He doesn't go to work by car. We don't know each other. My cat doesn't like mice. My PC, it doesn't work fast. And the last one, open the brackets. So here we are careful what kind of sentence we are given, positive or negative. I don't wash my hair every day. We go abroad every year. Make it negative. We don't go, right. My daughter sleeps 8 hours per day. No difference in the spelling. He doesn't have a sister. It snows a lot. They don't look happy. Her dog doesn't bark a lot. Make it positive. Her dog barks a lot. Good. And the answers are in front of you. I believe that you are better and better with every exercise. So do your tests, do the exercises, follow the course, and lecture after lecture, you will see that your grammar is getting better. See you in the next lecture. Positive, negative. It's time for the questions in present simple. How they are formed. It's in fact easy, and you will see that you can follow the logic even if you don't know the rules. So let's get started. Situation: I play football. Do you play football? Yes, I do. Do you play basketball? No, I don't. So, I play, I. Do you? Yes, I do. Positive answer. No, I don't. Negative answer. My brother and my sister, they speak English. Question: do they speak English? Positive answer. Yes, they do. Do they speak Chinese? Negative answer. No, they don't. Another example. He rides a bicycle. Be careful. Does he ride a bicycle? Positive answer. Yes, he does. Does he ride a horse? Negative answer. No, he doesn't. He rides a bicycle. So we speak about him, he, she. When you ask the question starts with does, and after that is the verb. Does he write? Does he speak? Does he live? The infinitive, the basic form of the verb. She lives in a house. Question: does she live in a house? Positive answer. Yes, she does. Does she live in a flat? Negative answer. No, she doesn't. And the rule: do or don't is used when you use I, you, we, they. It's the same as the rule that you know so far. Does, doesn't is used when we speak about him, her. So we use it with he, she, it. Do I live in Barcelona? Does she speak Chinese? Do we love each other? For example, what else? Does he like her? And so on. These are the basic rules. Please remember them. And let's practice everything in our exercises section. The PDF again. So do I work? Does he work? The first exercise. The task is to write the questions. The positive sentences are given. You need to write the questions. If you want an extra exercise, write please the negative sentences plus the questions and give short answers. Good? After that, open the brackets. So be careful what is there given in the brackets and make the sentences logical. See you in the next video where the answers will be. How was the exercise? So let's check the answers. You noticed probably that there are some sentences that practice the positive, the negative, and the questions. It's not exercises on questions. And this will be during the whole course. So I will be giving you exercises that will help you revise. Good. So let's start. He works in Barcelona. Does he work in Barcelona? Yes, he does. He doesn't work in Barcelona. So I will just tell you all of the options. I hope that you wrote them down. We speak English. We don't speak English. Do we speak English? Yes, we do. Peter loves dogs. Peter doesn't love dogs. Does Peter love dogs? My brother likes ice cream. Does my brother like ice cream? Yes, he does. My brother doesn't like ice cream. She travels by train. Does she travel by train? No, she doesn't. She doesn't travel by train. It rains every day. It doesn't rain every day. Does it rain every day? Yes, it does. We watch TV at this time. Do you watch TV or do we watch TV at this time? Yes, we do. We don't watch TV at this time. The questions here and the next exercise. Doesn't he speak Italian? Doesn't your brother live in France anymore? Be careful with these negative questions. Doesn't he? Don't I? Don't you? Doesn't he, she? Don't we? Don't you? Don't they? So, don't you watch TV every day? Don't you go to work by car? Don't we know each other? Doesn't your cat like mice? Does your PC work fast? And summary, because that was the end of the first tense. You see, they are not difficult at all. It's just important to understand the logic. After that, it's only practice. And you will see that at one moment, you will not think about the tense. You will just speak. Yet, I speak, I don't speak, do you speak? He speaks, he doesn't speak, does he speak? Important to remember. When there is he, she, it, you need s at the end of the verb. When there is a negative sentence, you use doesn't plus the main form of the verb. When there is a question, the question starts with does and then the main form of the verb. Well done! And we are continuing in the next lecture with some more new rules and exercises. In other words, we continue having fun. See you there. In this video, we will speak about the verb have. I have, I've got. What's the difference? Let's see. Example. I have a brother. I've got a brother. These two sentences mean the same. It means that you have a brother. So you can say I have or I've got. I've got is more typical for spoken English. It's more typical for informal English, and it is more used in American English. I've got. Another example. I have a dog. I've got a dog. Look at the difference in questions. This is important. So, I have a dog. The question, do you have a dog? Yes, I do. This is the normal way in which we form questions in present simple, right? I have, do you have? And short answer, yes, I do. But when you say I've got a dog, then the question is a little bit different. The correct question is, have you got a dog? And then the short answer, yes, I have. Some more examples. So, I have, the same as I've got. You have, the same as you've got. He has, be careful here, he has a dog or he's got a dog. She has a dog or she's got a dog. We have a dog, we've got a dog. You have a dog, you've got a dog, and they have a dog, they've got a dog. Please pay attention to the forms for he and she. He has, she has. The short forms his, she's. So here again you have he apostrophe s. But this s is the short form of has, not of is. Be really careful here. He has got, he's got. Okay. What about the questions? I have. Do you have? Yes, I do. No, I don't. I've got. Have you got? Yes, I have. No, I haven't. The way these questions are formed is one of the main differences between I have and I've got. I don't have. I haven't got. Again, pay attention. Negative forms. I have. I don't have. The normal way you form a negative sentence in present simple. I've got. I haven't got. This is the way you form it when you use the have got form. What about he? He has a sister or he's got a sister. As meaning, the two sentences mean exactly the same. But be careful for the question and for the negative forms. Does he have? It's important. Does plus infinitive. Does he have a sister? Yes, he does. Positive answer. No, he doesn't. Negative answer. Then, he's got a sister. The question is formed with has. Has he got a sister? Yes, he has. Positive answer. No, he hasn't. Negative answer. And the negative forms. He doesn't have a sister, the normal way to form it in present simple, and he hasn't got a sister, the way you form it when you use the has got form. So the two forms are the same, with the only difference in the question and in the negative forms. When it comes to the have form, you need to remember something else. There are some situations, some sentences, some structures in which you can use only have. For example, I have breakfast. I have a holiday. Tom usually has a shower. Why? Well, I have, let's say, I have a car, okay? You have it physically. This is you express the possession, the action of possessing something. I have something. But when you say I have breakfast, the idea is not that you physically have the breakfast, right? The idea is that this is just a phrase and you use it to say that you are eating something at the moment or in general. I have breakfast. I have a holiday. I go on a holiday. Tom has a shower. He goes to the bathroom. He starts showering himself. That's it. So when have is in a phrase, which means something different from possession, in these cases, you cannot use have got. It's not correct to say I've got breakfast. No, I have breakfast, have a holiday, have a shower. So let's see what you've remembered and let's do the exercises. It's only one, so let's check the PDF. You have 3 sentences. Out of these three sentences, you need to write sentence positive, negative, and question using have and have got. Good luck, and be careful when choosing between have and have got, especially in questions and in negatives. See you in the answer section. Have or have got? This is the question. Let's see what you've done and if everything that you have already written is correct. So the first sentence, Tom, a car. And we need positive, negative, and question. Tom has a car. Tom's got a car. Tom doesn't have a car. Tom hasn't got a car. Does Tom have a car? Has Tom got a car? Again, pay attention to the question form and to the negative form. Next one. I a cat. I have a cat. I've got a cat. I don't have, negative. I haven't got. Do you have? Have you got? Okay. They, a horse. They have a horse. They've got. They don't have. They haven't got. Do they have? Have they got? Let me summarize. The two structures I have and I have got are the same. They mean the same thing. The difference is when the structures are used in negative and in question sentences. When you use have in a negative sentence, you follow the rules that you know for present simple. When you use have got, in a negative sentence, then you use have and you add not, haven't got. The same story goes with the question. Have they got? You just change the places of have and the pronoun they. Have they got? Have got is mostly used in spoken English, in American English, in informal English. And again, there are some phrases which are always used with have only. I have a shower, I have a holiday, I have breakfast. Well done. Well, see you in the next lecture. What we already know is how to make a question in present simple, a question that starts with do or does, right? For example, do you speak English? Does he travel abroad? And the answers are only yes or no. But if you want to have some more information, then you need to change the question. And this is what we'll talk about in this lecture. The WH questions, or the questions that start with the question words where, when, what, which. WH, you see, each of these words starts with WH. So, for example, when is your birthday? On the 28th of March. When is? If you ask only, is your birthday in March? The answer will be yes, it is. But if you ask, when is your birthday? You want to understand the date, the time. When is? Another question. Which is your favorite color? Which is? It's green. Which is your favorite color? If you ask, is your favorite color blue? The answer will be no, it isn't. And that's it. You didn't understand what the favorite color was. So when you ask which is your favorite color, you want some information about something. Which is your favorite book? Which is the TV show that you like? Which is the music that you like to listen to? Which is? Another question. What's the name of your sister? Her name's Anne. What's the name of your sister? Or what's the address you live on? What's the name of that restaurant? You ask again about something. In most of the situations, which and what are with the same meaning. Another question. Where is the bank? Where is the bank? Over there, on the corner, behind that building. Where? You ask for a place, for direction. Where is the restaurant? Where have you been? Where were you yesterday? Where? Where is the bank? Another one. When do you usually get up? And be careful here. When do you usually get up? When you speak about something that happens usually, you use present simple, right? And if you want to make a question in present simple, you add do in front, do at the beginning of the sentence. For example, I usually get up at 6. Do you usually get up at 6? Yes, I do. In our situation now, we want to receive some extra information, right? And the question starts with the question word when. When do you? When, after that is the auxiliary or the do verb. When do you usually get up? The answer, at 6:30. One more. Which one do you prefer, to live in a house or in a flat? And the answer, well, a house, I think. Which one do you prefer? Remember about these question words that they almost always stay at the beginning of the sentences. At the same time, after them, the questions are formed on the normal way. You know, for example, a question like, is there a bank? Then the other question will be, where is the bank? Which one do you prefer? I prefer whichever. So just be careful when you form them. For now, at least, the question words will be always at the beginning. At one moment, we'll speak about another type of questions, but it's early still. So the question word at the beginning. After that, you make a question in the normal way. What do you do at weekends? See, do you do at weekends? This is the typical structure for present simple. For example, do you do yoga at weekends? And with the question word, what do you do at weekends? You receive the extra information. Most of the times I go to the countryside. What do you do? Or where do you live? Where? Again, where is a question that needs information for place. Where? Do you live in Madrid? Is the normal way to ask in present simple the yes/no question. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Before we start with the exercise, let's summarize. Till now, we know two types of questions. The questions that are with yes or no answers. For example, do you speak English? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Is there a bank next to your flat? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. This is the first type of questions. The second type of questions is a question which starts with the question word. For example, what do you usually have for breakfast? When do you usually go for New Year? It starts with the question word, then you form the question in the way that you already know. The difference: when you ask a WH question, you need some extra information in the answer. Good. So let's see now the PDF. One exercise, 6 sentences. What you need to do is to make questions. The words are there. They are not on the correct places. Be careful about tense. Be careful about do or is or are or does. Good luck. Let's check the answers. So, he live where? Where, because the sentence starts always with the question word, where does he live? Why? Because we need present simple, right? In present simple, when you speak about him, he, you need does to form the question. So, where does he live? What she languages speak? What languages does she speak? Does, because you speak about her, she. What languages? You ask about the languages. What languages does she speak? The verb is in the infinitive or in the basic form because the S from the verb goes to does. What languages does she speak? Try to answer. Okay, she speaks, for example, English, Italian, and German. She speaks. Your address is what? Here, the question is with the question word what, and after that you need the verb to be. What is your address? Answer, please. My address is, and you say the address after that. You do what? What do you do? Be careful here. In fact, most of the times when students see this do, they think that there is something wrong. No, this is the question, what do you do? And the meaning is first, what's your profession? And second meaning, just a greeting as, how are you? How are you? What do you do? What do you do? Or how do you do? How do you do? She, how is? How is she? You start again with the question word. After that, you need the verb to be. How is she? The answer? She's fine. She's well. And the last one, you work in a bank? Do you work in a bank? I hope that this last question was not a problem. So this is an example for yes, no question, right? We know this, we studied them. This is the normal way you form a question in present simple. Again, the difference is that when you use do or does at the beginning of the sentence, the answer will be yes or no. But when you need some more information, when you want to understand something else from the answer, you need the correct question word. Which, what, where, how. Then you are careful about the verb. If we need the verb to be, it is only is or are after that. How is she? How are you? Where are you from? And so on. If there is a regular verb in the sentence, then you need do or does. Where do you work? What does she do? How often does she come here? And so on. Good. So we are ready to continue with the next lecture. In this video, we'll speak about the possessive s, or in other words, what it means my sister's phone is here. What we know already is a sentence like he's my brother, and his is the short form of he is, so we write he apostrophe s. Or he's got a car, he apostrophe s, meaning he has got a car. Well, let's look at one other structure where this apostrophe s is used. And of course, we are starting with some examples. Imagine that this is my father and this is me. And my father says, this is my car. Then I say, this is my father's car. My sister. And she says, this is my telephone. This is my sister's telephone. This is Max. This is my watch. This is Max's watch. The first thing that you noticed right now, Max's, because you can't say Max's, right? So when there is a name that finishes in S or in sh or in ch, for example, and it's not okay to pronounce it, for example, Dennis, yeah, you just add E and you pronounce it normally. This is Max's watch. This is Dennis's house, and so on. Another situation, my friend and me. This is my house. This is my friend's house. Perfect, right? When we speak about somebody who has something or who kind of possesses something, then we write apostrophe s after the noun. It means that this something belongs to somebody. This is my friend's house. This is the house of my friend. But my friend is one, and this is the important part here. I have two more friends. These are my friends. And they say, this is our house. Be careful. This is my friend's house. So what we do here, this is my friend's, and these are my friends, and this is my friend's house. So the house belongs to my friends. They are more than one. We need to express this possession. How we do it? We just put the apostrophe after s. After s. It's really important. Another example. My sister, and she says, this is my telephone. This is my sister's telephone. Sister, apostrophe s, the word is in singular. After that, I have two sisters, and they are twins, obviously. So, this is our room, they say. And if I want to express this one with the apostrophe, I say, this is my sister's room. The apostrophe in plural is after the plural form, after s. This is my sister's room. We make the plural form of the noun and we add only the apostrophe after that. Let's write it down as a rule. Whose is this? This is the question. Whose is this? If you don't know the word, please check it in the dictionary. Whose is this? It's my sister's. It's my mother's. It's my father's. So in this situation, I have one sister, of course, one mother, and one father. The other situation. Who says this? It's my friends. And I have two or more friends. It's my sisters. It's my cousins. What we need here to know is that the noun is in plural. Because it is in plural and we want to express possession, we add the apostrophe after the plural form. Good. Again, something that you need to be careful about. Or this is the irregular plural. You remember it, right? Let's revise it, in fact, fast. So I'm telling you the noun in singular. Your task is to say it in plural. Ready? Starting. One man, two men. One woman, two women. Three mice, one mouse. For example, what else you know? One child, three children. A lot of people, one person. Good. So about these words, when we have an irregular plural, then we add apostrophe s after the end of the irregular plural. My children's names are Anne and Monica. These men's bicycles look cool. I like those women's hairstyles. One child, two children, irregular plural, apostrophe s to express the possession after that. And let's add something else to the rule that we know. So it's my sisters. I have one sister, sister apostrophe s. It's my sisters. I have more than one sister, sisters in plural, apostrophe. It's these children's, child, children, irregular plural. The possession is formed with the apostrophe and s after that. Almost done. Something else, of course. What's this? This is the leg of the table. What's this? This is the door of the car. And it's not correct to say this is the car's door. What it's really good to remember from now is that the apostrophe s, or the possessive form, is used when we speak about people. When we speak about objects, well, then you need of the door of the car, the handle of the bike, you name it. A lot of theory this time, and let's do the exercises. Here is the PDF. The first exercise, we need to add apostrophes on the correct places. The second one, we need to rewrite the sentences using apostrophes. Good luck and see you in the next video. Apostrophes. Let's see if you understood everything. So the first exercise, add the apostrophes where necessary. My brother's wives are teachers. The apostrophe is after s. Why? Brothers, wives. How can you understand? Well, from the plural form of wives, of course, because usually you have one wife, at least by law. So my brother's wives are teachers, the wives of my brothers. I don't know your cousin's name. Sorry, how old is he? How old is he means that you have one cousin. When you want to express possession of a noun in singular, you'll add the apostrophe plus s after the word. So the apostrophe is before S in this sentence. I don't know my father's mother's sister. I have one father, he has one mother, so the apostrophes are before S. My aunt's husband's an engineer. The meaning of the sentence: the husband of my aunt is an engineer, which means that the second apostrophe means is my aunt's husband is an engineer. And because husband is in singular, you need the apostrophe before S in the first word as well. Aunt's, husband's. His friends' names are Mark and Anne. The friends are two, which means that friends is in plural, so you need to put the apostrophe after S. I have two sons. My son's children are 11. So in this sentence, you can put the apostrophe before as well as after S. It's not quite clear from the context, so just it's important you to understand what you mean and to know when you write about yourself, for example, which one you would choose. The second exercise: rewrite the sentences using apostrophes. This is the flat of my mother. One mother, flat. This is my mother's flat. This is the brother of my friend. One friend. This is my friend's brother. He lives in the house of his uncles. Uncles is in plural, so be careful here. He lives in his uncle's house. The apostrophe is after S. I need the car of my sister. I need my sister's car. One sister. This is the dog of my friends. Friends is in plural, so the apostrophe is after S. These are the toys of my children. Children, be very careful when it comes to irregular plural. Children is one of these special words. So when you want to add the possession or to express that something belongs to them, you write the word, then you put apostrophe, then you write S. These are my children's toys. I think you are the master of apostrophes now. So be ready and see you in the next lecture. Some lessons ago, we spoke about some and any. Now it's time to continue with some other small but really important words. A what of, a what, much, and many. And as always, let's first start from what we know. Uncountable noun. To make it countable, you need to put a of what in front of it. A carton of milk, a bottle of wine, a loaf of bread. When you don't want to specify how much exactly you want, you say some milk. So we remember that the nouns are countable and uncountable. When there is a countable noun in singular, we use a or on, of course, depending on the first letter that the noun starts with or the adjective in front of it. Some when the noun is in plural and the sentence is positive. I know some people. I want to buy some bread. No, that was not the correct example. Nice that you're listening correctly. So, I want to buy some flowers. This is the example. Any, if the sentence is negative or question. Do you want to buy any flowers? Or, I don't want any flowers at home. This is for the countable nouns. When it comes to uncountable nouns, we use some and any. Some in a positive sentence. I'd want to listen to some music. Any in negative and in a question. Would you want to listen to some music? Is there any rice at home? Or I don't want any rice here. In this situation, we say, I want some chocolate. But what about the second picture? It's not some, it's quite a lot actually. Well, in this case, you say, I want a lot of chocolate. A lot of. Example, I want a lot of chocolate. There are a lot of children. So chocolate is uncountable. Child, children, is countable, which means that a lot of we use with uncountable and with countable nouns. Another example. I have a lot of work. There are a lot of chairs. Again, work is uncountable. I have a lot of work. Uncountable, a lot of. Positive sentence. There are a lot of chairs. Positive sentence, countable noun. There are a lot of chairs. The rule, a lot of, is used in a positive sentence. The noun can be countable in plural or uncountable. And we are continuing. What about the question? How much chocolate do you usually eat? How much? How many children do you have? How many? Difference? Yes, there is. So we speak about questions, right? And in the first example, there is an uncountable noun. How much chocolate? Chocolate is uncountable. In the second example, the noun is countable. How many children? How many? Another example. How much work do you have? Work, uncountable. How many chairs do you need? Chairs, countable. How much? In a question with uncountable nouns. How many? With countable nouns, question again. What about this? How much work do you have? A lot. And that's it, the end of the sentence. This, in more examples, you will have in the exercises section. So remember it, and you'll practice a little bit later. How much work? A lot. Full stop. End of the sentence. How many chairs are there in the room? A lot. Full stop. End of the sentence. How many? Countable nouns. A lot, and you don't give any information. If you say a lot of chairs are in the room, then you use a lot of. When you just want to say that there are a lot, you don't need of after that. You write a lot and the sentence is over. So here is the rule. Much is used with a question with uncountable nouns. Many is used in question sentences with countable nouns. The last thing we need to speak about, negative sentences. There isn't much chocolate in the box. There aren't many adults with the children. There isn't, negative. There aren't, negative. Good. So, there isn't much chocolate. Chocolate, uncountable. When the noun is uncountable and the sentence is negative, you need much. When the noun is countable, adult, adults, and the sentence is negative, there aren't, you need many. Here it is as a rule, much, negative sentence, uncountable, many, negative sentence, countable nouns. Let's look at everything we have spoken about in one chart. So the first important thing to understand is if the noun is countable or uncountable. What the basic rules are, you know. If you have forgotten something, just go and watch the previous videos. When there is a positive sentence, you use a lot of. It doesn't matter if the noun is countable or uncountable. If the sentence is negative, with countable nouns, we use many. With uncountable, much. In a question sentence, the logic is the same. Countable nouns in plural, many. Uncountable nouns in plural, no, they don't have plural. So, uncountable nouns, much. Let's practice a little bit. Here are the exercises. The first one, you need to fill in with the correct form, much, many, or a lot of. And the second one, this is what I promised you, some exercises on the difference between a lot and a lot of. Good luck! In the next video, we'll explain each sentence and we'll see what you've done. Positive, negative question sentences. Let's see if you understood the differences between much, many, a lot of, and a lot. In the first exercise, we need to choose between much, many, and a lot of. Let's look at the sentences. There aren't many books on the shelves. There aren't. So the sentence is negative. Books, countable, in plural. In a negative sentence with countable noun in plural, you need many. She doesn't have much free time. Negative sentence, uncountable noun, much. A lot of people love summer. Positive sentence, it's specified of what? A lot of people. How much money do you have? Question, money, again, uncountable noun. Be careful with this one in English. How much money do you have? How many guests do you expect? Question, countable noun in plural. How many? There are a lot of children who believe in Santa Claus. Positive sentence, countable noun, and it is specified. A lot of children. Let's practice a little bit the difference between a lot and a lot of. So, I like my job a lot. Full stop. I know a lot of people. I have really a lot of things to do today. I hope you don't need to work a lot. Children ask a lot of questions. I'm tired. A lot. The easiest way to understand when you need a lot of and when you need a lot is to be careful about the end of the sentence. When the sentence finishes, you need a lot. Of is not needed, it's not necessary. When you say a lot of what, then you need the full form, a lot of. As meaning, they mean one and the same. A lot is equal to a lot of. The usage, the way you use it, depends on the structure of the sentence. Good job, guys. So see you in the next lecture. In this and the next several videos, we'll speak about adjectives. Let's see an example for an adjective in a sentence first. Look at the green grass over there. The grass is green. So, adjective is that word in the sentence which gives you extra information about the noun. Green, in our examples, is the adjective. The adjective, as positioned in the sentence, stays in front of the noun: green grass, big house, small child. The other option, as in the second sentence, is the adjective to be at the very end. The grass is green, full stop. Another examples. We live in a large house. Their house is large. We live in a large house. You know that the articles a, an, or the go in front of the adjective if there is an adjective before the noun. So, large in our situation is the adjective. Again, it can be in front of the noun or it can be at the very end of the sentence. My father is tall. My father is a tall man. Here is something else to remember. If the sentence finishes in an adjective without a noun after that, you cannot put a. My father is tall. That's it. You can't say my father is tall. A in front of an adjective is possible only when there is a noun after that. So the rule, the adjective goes with the noun. We live in a large house in front of the noun itself. And when we write a sentence that finishes in an adjective, the adjective is without a, an, or the in front of it. The grass is green. Easy. Remember that this is only the introduction, so there will be more information in the next videos. But before that, let's practice how to make sentences with adjectives. And let's check the exercise, of course. So here is the PDF. What we need is just to order the words. Again, the rules. Remember that if in the sentence there is a definite or indefinite article, which means a, an, or the, they stay in front of the adjective. The order is a, then adjective, then noun. If the sentence finishes in the adjective, then we don't need a, or an in front of it. Good luck! So the exercise. Order the words. She is a pretty woman. A, article. After it, we need the adjective. After the adjective comes the noun. Do you like classical movies? Classical movies, adjective plus noun. We have a question in present simple. The question starts with do or does. She likes that pink t-shirt. Pink t-shirt, adjective plus noun. First comes the adjective, after the adjective is the noun. This is a wonderful day. Wonderful day, adjective plus noun. First comes the adjective, after comes the noun. We live in an old flat. Is what shows that the next word starts with a vowel. In our case, old. We live in an old flat. Adjective plus noun. This was the introduction to adjectives only. It's important to use them when you speak because on this way you can actually express yourself completely. Adjectives help you express your feelings. They help you draw pictures while you are talking. So you like beautiful paintings, right? Adjectives help you paint while you speak with somebody. Choose the correct adjective. Do not underestimate them. I've noticed that a lot of students, in their desire to use the correct tense or to use the correct structure, forget about the existence of adjectives. Actually, Adjectives are important in each and every sentence. If you miss them out, it means that you're not using the language as one that shows your inner self. You just speak, you just say something, but you don't give emotion. See you in the next lectures. What is an adjective? We already know. So in this and in the next video, we are going to talk about the comparative and the superlative forms. What I mean? Well, this is the situation. Max and Anne. We know their height. What we want is to compare them. We want to say who is taller. So Max is 1.75, Anne is 1.60. And when you want to compare them, you say Max is taller than Anne. Another example. Tom, 80 kilos, Peter, 60 kilos. Again, you are comparing. Tom is fatter than Peter. Anne and Monica. Anne's hair is longer than Monica's hair. Look at the three examples again. Taller than, fatter than, longer than. What do you notice? Yes, to compare two adjectives, we add er at the end of the adjective and then after that. But does this rule work for each and every adjective? No, I don't think so. Look at this example. My book, your book. My book is more interesting than your book. Or Betty is more careful than Amy. Another example. Anne and Monica. Monica is more successful than Anne. The three sentences again. More interesting than, more careful than, more successful than. Then is the same. In the first examples as well as in the second ones, we use than. But what's the difference? How do we understand when to put more and when just to add er after the adjective? The rule is simple, in fact. When we have a short adjective means adjective with one syllable. Tall, fat, long, it's one syllable. So when the adjective is with one syllable, we just add er at the end of the adjective plus than. The other case. The adjective is more than one syllable. Interesting. How many? 4 syllables here. So it's more than one. When the adjective is long, we need more, then we add the adjective, and then we add than. More successful than, more interesting than. More examples. High, big, quick, cheap. All of these are the short adjectives. So the correct forms would be higher than, bigger, quicker, cheaper, expensive, careless, beautiful, boring. You can't say it even expensiver, right? So more expensive, more careless, more beautiful, more boring. There are some spelling rules that you need to memorize. For example, this one. When the adjective finishes in y and you add er, the first important thing, y is changed into I, and after that you add er, happier. This happens only when there is consonant in front of Y. And you know this rule, in fact. The other rule, the other spelling rule, my home is bigger than your home. Big is a short adjective, and it finishes in a consonant. Before that, there is a vowel. Before that, there is consonant. So the rule, when the adjective, it doesn't matter if it is short or long, finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant, and you add er, the last consonant is doubled. Big, bigger. Consonant, vowel, consonant. This is important. Do you notice something strange about the first example? Exactly. Happy is not a short adjective because it has two syllables, right? Happy. Good. But when the adjective finishes in Y, it doesn't matter if it is short or long. It takes the forms of the short adjectives. So the correct way to say it is happier. I'm happier than you, not I'm more happy than you. And some more examples here. Pretty, happy, heavy, early, easy. Prettier, happier, heavier, earlier, easier. You see where the stress is in all of these adjectives? On the first syllable. That's the other really important part of the rule in order you to add IER. Pretty, prettier. Happy, happier. More exceptions. Clever. When the adjective, the long adjective, finishes in ER, it takes the forms of the short adjective. Cleverer. Simple, on the same way. Simple, simpler. Narrow, narrower. When the adjective finishes in OW. Cruel, crueler. When the adjective finishes in EL. And again, pay attention to the stress. It's always on the first syllable. 4 more adjectives that are more interesting than all the others. So these adjectives you will need you will need to be careful about all the time while you're talking. Why? Because if you're not, you will say something completely wrong. These adjectives are irregular. It means that they have special forms for the comparative and the superlative forms of the adjectives. For example, good, better, bad, worse, much or many, more. What was the difference between much and many? Good. Much, negative and question, many, positive and question. Much, uncountable. Little, less. So these are not all of the irregular adjectives. That's the beginning. So please remember these. In the next lessons, I'll give you a list of more irregular adjectives. And after all that talking, let's go and do the exercises. Here is your PDF. The first adjective The first exercise, you need to write the comparative form of the adjectives. Just the comparative form. If you want to make it a little bit more interesting, you may think of sentences of your own, and you may add them in the Q&A section after this lesson. The second one, there are some situations given. You need to write down the sentences. Good. So see you in the next lesson. How are the exercises? Easy, I hope. So let's check your answers. The first exercise, write the comparative form. And if you have written sentences, please add them in the Q&A section after this lecture. So large, larger. Hot, hotter. Be careful with spelling. Interesting, long adjective, more interesting. Surprising, more surprising, long adjective. Handsome, more handsome, long adjective. Pretty, prettier, long adjective, but it finishes in Y. Ugly, long adjective, but it finishes in Y. Uglier. Cruel, long adjective, but it finishes in EL. Crueler. Then write the sentences. Monica is heavier than Anne. Here, be careful about the spelling. Be careful about than. T-H-A-N, not T-H-E-N. It's a very common mistake that people make. So, Monica is heavier than. Anne is younger than Monica. Tom is lazier than Peter. Lazy, be careful with the spelling here. Lazier than. Anne is more polite than Mark. Polite, long adjective. Tim is more intelligent than Mark. Intelligent, long adjective, you need more in front. Good job. So we are ready to continue with the third form of the adjectives, or the so-called superlative form of the adjectives. See you in the next lesson. As we understood everything about the comparative form of the adjectives, let's check what's the meaning of their superlative form, how it is formed, which is the correct way to say this or that. And let's start with a situation again. So what we know so far is that when we compare two people or two things, we use ER if the adjective is short and then after that. The example from the previous video, Max is taller than Anne. The question is, what's happening when there is a third person? Yes, if you compare two of these people, the logic is the same. Anne is taller than Peter. Clear. But the idea is to compare all of them. So in this situation, we need to use something to say Max is of O. And in this situation exactly, we need the superlative form. The superlative form is something that we are going to examine now. So, in this example, what we need is Max is the tallest of all. Short adjective, tall. It takes EST as an ending and the in front. Please don't forget the, it's important. So Max is the tallest of all. Another example, Tom, Max and Peter, and here we'll be comparing the kilograms. So we say Tom is the heaviest of all. Again, the plus est at the end of the adjective. Smart is the adjective we want to use. And we want to say that Peter this time is the smartest of all. Max is the tallest of all. Tom is the heaviest, the smartest. Peter is the smartest of all. When we want to compare more than two people, we use the plus the third form of the adjective. When there is a short adjective, this third form is est at the end of the adjective. Don't forget the again. Good. But what will be the situation when we use long adjectives? As in this case, interesting. Let's see. Peter's book is the most interesting of all, the most interesting. Or here, we use intelligent and we say Max is the most intelligent of all. So what we need, the most, and after that the adjective. So here is the rule. When there is a short adjective and we need to use its third form, or the so-called superlative form, we need to put the in front of the adjective plus est at the end of the adjective. When the adjective is long, we use the most and after that the adjective in its basic form. Short adjectives, long adjectives. Be careful with this, it's really important in English to understand what's the logic of short and long in terms of adjectives. And of course, here they are. These are the irregular adjectives that we started studying the previous lesson. Now you know their second form. Good, better. Bad, worse. Much or many, more. Little, less. What about their third forms? Here they are. Good, better, the best. Bad, worse, the worst. Much or many, more, the most. Little, less, the least. These by heart. If you don't know the meaning of by heart, please check it in the dictionary. By heart. And as you know, after we finish with theory, it's time to start doing exercises. That's what we are doing, first checking our PDF. Here it is. The first exercise, you need to write the superlative form of these adjectives. The second one, you need to write the sentences with the superlative forms of the adjectives given in brackets. Good luck! Superlative adjectives exercises. Okay, let's see what you've done. In the first exercise, you need to write the superlative form of each of these adjectives. Large, short, the largest. Hot, short, the hottest. Spelling here. Interesting, the most interesting. Long adjective. Surprising, the most surprising. Long adjective. Handsome, the most handsome. Long adjective. Pretty, be careful. The same rules about the spelling that I told you about the short adjectives are applicable here. They are valid for long adjectives. So pretty, it doesn't matter that it's long, you form it on the way a short adjective is formed, which means pretty, the prettiest. Ugly, the ugliest. Cruel, the cruelest. When the adjectives finish in y or in el, they receive est at the end. Good. The second exercise, here you needed to write sentences with the superlative forms of the adjectives. Peter is the heaviest of all. Be careful not to forget the heaviest of all. Anne is the youngest, or Anne is the youngest of all. Matt is the oldest, or Matt is the oldest of all. Tom is the laziest, or Tom is the laziest of all. Angela is the most polite, or Angela is the most polite of all. Tim is the most intelligent, the same as Tim is the most intelligent of all. Well done, guys. These were the videos, the beginning of the videos actually, in which we'll speak about adjectives. But for this level, that's it. So some things to remember. An adjective stays in front of a noun. If there is an article, the article, a, an, or the, goes in front of the adjective. Adjectives have three forms. The normal form, lazy, for example. Then comparative form, when you compare to people, remember it on this way, you compare to people, you need the comparative or the second form of the adjective. And after that, the superlative form. So the superlative is the third form of the adjective. When you want to be sure which adjective you need, you try to understand, is it short or long? Short adjectives: big, bigger, er, the biggest. Long adjectives: beautiful, more beautiful, the most beautiful. And this is easy. So see you in the next lesson. Now we know what an adjective is. We know how to form the comparative and the superlative form, and how to use these forms in sentences. The next step, to understand what adverbs are and what's the difference between an adverb and an adjective. So here's your first example. He has a happy smile. He smiles happily. In the first sentence, he has a happy smile. Happy is the adjective, right? Adjectives, you know, are placed in front of the noun they refer to. Look at the second sentence now. He smiles happily. Smile here is your verb, and the adverb comes after the verb. The adverb is formed with ly at the very end. So this is what you understand from our very first example. He has a happy smile, happy adjective. He smiles happily, happily, adverb. Another example. He is a careful driver. Careful goes before driver, which means that it is adjective. And on the other hand, he drives carefully. How does he drive? Carefully. Carefully goes after the verb, and this is our adverb. So if we want to formulate it again, we need adjective in front of the noun and adverb which goes after the verb. The basic rule is that an adverb is formed by the adjective, and after the adjective we add ly. For example, careful, carefully. So adjective plus ly. But, of course, there are some exceptions, and we are just at the very beginning of the course, so let's start step by step. 5 words that you need to remember at this phase. Adjective hard, adverb hard, not hardly. Adjective fast, adverb fast. Adjective late, adverb late. Adjective early, adverb early. Adjective good, adverb well. Okay, be very careful with these words. If you, for example, say hardly instead of hard, yeah, there is such a word, but the meaning is completely different. So if you use a word that you're not completely sure of the meaning, you may say something really completely different. Some spelling rules. He smiles happily. Happy, happily. Y goes into I. Look at this. The adjective finishes in Y. Remember it on this way. When the adjective finishes in y and you add ly, the change is ILY. Another rule: when the adjective finishes in L and you add ly, then what you need to put in the adverb is double L. Careful, carefully. Enough theory. Let's go and do several exercises on adverbs. First, of course, we are checking our PDF with the exercises. Here it is. The first task, we need to form the adverbs. After that, we need to choose the correct word to finish or to fill in the sentences. And the third exercise, we need to choose between good or well. Good. If you have any doubts, if you're not sure, if you haven't understood something, watch the video again or ask a question in the question section, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the answer section. Alright, let's check the answers of the exercises. The first one, you need to form the adverb. And you need to be very careful about the spelling here. So, careful, the adjective, finishes in L. Spelling as an adverb, carefully, double L. Heavy finishes in Y. So, when you add ly, you need to change Y into I. Heavily. Happy, same logic. Happily. Y goes into I. Easy, easily. Y goes into I. Nervous, nervously. Just add ly. The second exercise. You have to choose the correct one, whether you need an adjective or an adverb. Don't eat so quickly. Quickly refers to the verb eat. How to eat? Quickly. Adverb. So, don't eat so quickly. Why is she angry? She is angry. Why is she angry? You need adjective. Can you speak slowly, please? Speak slowly. How to speak slowly? You need an adverb. Why are you always so slow? You are slow, which means that you need an adjective. Please be quiet. Be quiet. You. Adjective. Those oranges look nice. Nice. When you have the verb look and you speak about appearance, about how something looks, you use adjective after that, not adverb. Those oranges look nice, not look nicely. You look beautiful. He looks handsome, not handsomely or something like that. Good or well, the last task. You remember, good is the adjective, well is the adverb. Just it has irregular form. Good, well. Your English is very good. You speak it very well. Your English is very good. Good defines your English. Noun, so you need adjective. You speak it very well. How do you speak it? Well defines the verb, how you do the action, so you need the adverb. Jackie does very well in school. It means that she studies well. Jackie does very well. How does she do? She does very well. Well defines the verb, the action. Adverb. The party is very good. I think it's clear. Party, good. Adjective. Mark has a difficult job, but he does it well. How does he do it? He does it well. Well, again, defines how an action is done, defines the verb, adverb you need. How are your parents? Are they well? How do they feel? Do they feel well? So in this situation, you need the adverb. Good job. And let's go on with the types of adverbs, because no, we haven't finished yet. When you hear adverb, you start thinking about the verb, right? Because adverbs define verbs. These adverbs are different groups and they have different functions. So in this level, we'll speak only about the adverbs of frequency. Later on in the course, we'll speak about all the other types. What is the difference? What's the difference in their position in the sentence? And so on. But first, let's start with the adverbs of frequency. And something that you're quite familiar with already. Present simple. When you form present simple, you put s at the end of the verb when talking about he, she, it, right? The question here is when you use present simple. So far, you know that you use present simple when we speak about something which happens every day, or all the day, or usually. Li. You see it? It finishes in ly. So this is the first adverb of frequency that you know without knowing that you know it. And it's not only the usually as an adverb of frequency. The other ones that you use with present simple are always, usually, often, sometimes, hardly ever, never. If you have a problem with the translation of any of these, please check a dictionary. So the first thing that you notice, in the previous video, I told you that the adverb is formed by the adjective plus ly. Yes, this is the general rule, but not all of the adverbs. And here's your example. All of these are adverbs of frequency. They show how often one action happens. Usually, hardly ever, they have the normal ly ending. But the other words, as always, as often, or as never, they have completely different spelling. So be careful and think what kind of speech you are using while you are talking or writing. And here are some examples of adverbs of frequency in sentences. I always have eggs for breakfast. It means that I wake up and every morning what I do is eggs for breakfast. And it's really true. After that, do you usually go to work by car? Do you usually go to work by car? She doesn't often cook. You see, the adverb goes in front of the verb after the negative auxiliary verb. After doesn't, before cook. She doesn't often cook. We are sometimes late. We are sometimes late. Remember this sentence. I hardly ever watch TV. I never come late. Never in front of the verb. We are sometimes late, sometimes after the verb. Okay, let's look at some more examples like this and try to understand what the rule is. I always have eggs, adverb, in front of the verb. Do you usually go, usually, adverb, in front of the verb. Doesn't often cook, often, adverb, in front of the verb. The same in the last example. I hardly ever watch TV. Watch, verb, hardly ever, these two words are one adverb and it is in front of the verb. But in the fifth and sixth sentences, you see something different. We are sometimes late. I am never late. The verb here is the verb to be. Its forms are and am. And the adverb here comes after the verb, after the form of the verb to be. Which means what? That when we have a verb, just a normal meaningful verb, we put the adverb in front. I never come late. But when the adverb is a form of the verb to be, am, is, are, the adverb of frequency comes after the verb to be. I'm never late. Please remember this one. It's one of the things that people make mistake with quite often when they speak, when they write. It's really all the time you may see something like that. Enough theory. You know, the next step to practice and to see what you've remembered. So the PDF, it's only one exercise waiting for you here. And what you need to do is to write the sentences with these adverbs. The adverbs are in brackets. Just please write them down in the sentences. See you in the explanatory section. Adverbs of frequency. Let's see what happened in practice, because the theories seemed to be clear. So 6 sentences, what you need to do is to put the adverb in the correct place. And let's explain why. My brother never speaks to me. Never is the adverb of frequency. The verb speaks. You know that when we have a meaningful verb different from a form of the verb to be, the adverb goes in front of the verb. So never speaks. Susan is always polite. Is always. The verb is. It is a form of the verb to be. It means that the adverb needs to be after the verb is. Susan is always. I usually finish work at 5. Usually finish. Finish is the verb. It's a meaningful verb, and you have an adverb of frequency in advance. The adverb of frequency goes in front of the verb. Usually finish. I rarely go. Same logic. Go, meaningful verb. Adverb of frequency, rarely. So rarely goes in front of the verb. The bus isn't usually late. Isn't, negative form of the verb to be, exactly. And you know that the rule says the adverb goes after the form of the verb to be. The bus isn't usually late. I don't often eat fish. So here be careful. Yes, you have the verb. You know that in front of the verb, meaningful verb, you put the adverb. Be careful with the negative part, with don't. What people usually do is that they try to say something as I don't eat fish often, or I often don't eat fish. Well, although it's possible in some situations, the best way and the one that's really correct is I don't often eat fish. At least at the beginning, while you're studying the language, try to follow the rules as they are. Of course, when you start talking more and more, you will get used to the language. You will be able to express yourself without thinking about the rules at all. But it's really important to understand the basics in the correct way. Why? Because otherwise, when there is something wrong at the very beginning, it's really hard to correct it later on. It just doesn't happen like that. Imagine that you can't make, for example, simple calculations, and at the same time you want to study mathematics at university. Well, you can't. You need to catch up. That's why the easiest way, just learn the basics really good or really well. It's a question for you. Good. See you in the next section. During the whole course, there will be several lectures for prepositions. Well, this is the very beginning. Prepositions of time, or the very basic prepositions in, on, and at. And what's the difference when we use them with a reference to time? Examples, of course. You say at 3 o'clock, at New Year, at night, at the weekend. At 3 o'clock, at New Year, at night, at the weekend. On Friday, on the 2nd of July, on your birthday. In the morning, in January, in the summer, in 1805. All of these, please write them down carefully, because it's really easy at the beginning to say something that's not correct. So, in the morning, in January, in the summer, in 1805. What's the rule? You use at when you speak about time at 3 o'clock, about a celebration at New Year, at night, part of the day, at night, at the weekend. So it is on Monday, on Friday, on Wednesday, but at the weekend. And on this way you mean the 2 days, the Saturday and the Sunday, at the weekend. On Friday, on the 2nd of July, on your birthday. On Friday, on plus days of the week, on plus dates, on the 2nd of July, on in fixed phrases. In the morning, in January, in 1805. So when we speak about years, it is with in 1805, in January, in plus month, in the morning, in the afternoon, but at night. Be careful with this. You don't say in night, at night. In the summer, in plus seasons, in the summer. Really, this one, memorize it well and write it down. It's important. And of course, let's see what you've remembered, because these things require practice. That's why at the end of the course, there's a whole section named Exercises That Teach, with extra assignments and tests, so you may find a lot of extra information there. Please don't skip it. It's as another textbook added. It's as an extra course, in fact. So this exercise, you finish the whole course. After that, to be sure that you've remembered everything, you go to the last section. And the PDF now. Here it is, the exercise. At, on, in. And you're thinking about it carefully. The same one. You need to write down the correct prepositions on the correct places in these sentences. 7 sentences, 3 prepositions. Good luck! I am waiting for you in the next video. Right, so let's just check it. I hope that you have really written down the rules about the prepositions of place, because there is no logic here actually. It's just memorization, learning by heart. So, Monday morning, on Monday morning, in the morning, on Monday morning. You say on Friday, on Monday, on Tuesday, on Monday morning. The first word is important. On Sunday night, at night, on Sunday night, on Sunday. The first word is important. At night, at the end of the week, at the weekend, in winter, in the evening. So again, when you say part of the day, at noon, at night, in the morning, in the afternoon, when you add the day, then things change. For example, on Monday afternoon, on Tuesday morning, because the first word is important. It's the same logic with adjectives and on. Do you remember? For example, you say he is a doctor, and at the same time he is an intelligent doctor. So the word before the noun is really important. At the end of, at the weekend, in, plus, seasons, in set phrases. The second exercise, I start work at 8 o'clock. At, when you talk about time. See you on Friday. On, plus day of the week. My holiday is in October. In, plus month. In January, in February, no difference here. The park is beautiful in spring. In spring, in summer, the seasons are always with in. I can't sleep at night. I can't sleep at night. In the morning, at noon, at night. Where we will be at Christmas? At Christmas, at New Year. When you speak about celebrations, holidays, at in front. What do you do on Saturday night? On, because there is Saturday in front of night. At night, on Saturday night. What's the meaning of what do you do? Yes, in this sentence, you ask about the usual action, the usual things that this person does. It's not the occupation, because if you ask me, for example, what do you do? I can answer that I'm a teacher, okay, or I'm an online instructor. And when you say, what do you do on Saturday night? It means, what do you usually do at that time of the week? Good job! I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Today we'll start talking about a little bit different group of verbs. These verbs you will be using all the time. At the same time, you will need them all the time while you're talking, while you're writing. You may find it hard at the very beginning to find the differences, but please don't try to memorize everything at once. Follow the course step by step, and I really advise you to follow the lectures on the way they are structured. Not now you see that here I speak about modal verbs and you go to B1 level, for example, and watch the videos for modal verbs. No. Language needs time. Language needs patience, in fact. So just follow the lectures, do the exercises, and you have really visible results at the end of the course. So, modal verbs. The first modal verb we'll speak about is the most common one, the verb can. What we know so far? Present simple. What you remember about present simple is that when we use he, she, or it, the verb takes s. He speaks, she speaks, it speaks. When you use I, you, we, they, we need only the verb. The question now is, what's happening if we want to say that you can do something? If you don't understand the meaning of can, check it in a dictionary. So you say, I can speak English. I can swim. I can sing. So these people can do it. They are able to do it. They don't have problems doing it. I can speak English. I can swim. I can sing. And what is more interesting? Pamela can drive. Can drive. Anne can ride a bike. Monica can dance. Okay? Do you see any difference between I can speak English and she can drive? No. In the verb forms, there is no difference. And this is really specific for modal verbs, for all modal verbs. After a modal verb comes the meaningful verb, the verb that you want to use about something, to say what you can do. And this verb is always, remember, always in infinitive. You can't say she can speak or she can speaks. No, you have a modal verb. After modal verb, the only thing you need is infinitive. Remember, infinitive. So, I can speak, you can speak, he, she can speak, it can speak, I don't know how, we, you, they can speak. That's it. It's pretty easy, in fact. You just need the modal verb and the basic form of the verb, the infinitive. Negative sentences: Tom can't swim, Matt can't walk, Monica can't see. So what you need, can goes into can't. I can speak, I can't swim. About the pronunciation, there are two ways to pronounce these modal verbs. You may say I can, I can, I can't, I can't. So just choose the way it's more, just choose your way and speak it freely. The one is American, the other is English, the pronunciation I mean. But people all over the world will understand you. Doesn't matter how you pronounce it. And in general, don't go that much about pronunciation. I mean, yes, it's really important to speak in a way that's understandable. But the fact that you will be having an accent, or the fact that you will not be talking as a native speaker, well, you are not a native speaker, it's normal. It's really important for you to be able to express yourself freely. And if you really need this accent of a native speaker, then just go to the country and live there. That's the way. From your native country, you can't learn to speak as a native English speaker. It's logical, kind of. But again, to be able to speak the language does not mean that you need to speak it without an accent. And it's really important to remember it. A lot of people don't dare even start talking. I mean, they say, no, I won't speak because I don't sound as a native speaker. Well, come on, just speak. A language, in fact, is meant to be used for communication. It's not for the clarity of pronunciation or even for the perfect grammar. Just the better your grammar is, the more confident you will feel. And that's the aim of the course, just to make you more confident and to help you really speak without thinking about grammar structures. That's why there are so many exercises. That's why I repeat one and the same things in different contexts so many times. Because at the end, you will see that subconsciously, I mean, without you really paying attention to this, so subconsciously you will start speaking better. You will know the grammar rules. Okay, so let's continue. That was enough. What you need to remember: can't is the same as cannot. Cannot is the only negative form in English which is written as one word. Not can not, but cannot. Just remember this one. And some examples about the questions. Anne, can you dance? Yes, I can. Positive answer. Can it move fast? No, it can't. Negative answer. You know that these are the short answers. If you want to make a longer question and to receive more information, you need to start with the WH words. Do you remember which they are? Good. Why, where, who, when, and more, but okay, and why, for example. Let's summarize what we've learned about the first modal verb, can. I can speak, he can speak. Positive sentence, you just use can plus the infinitive. In a negative sentence, you use can't plus the infinitive. When you ask a question, the question starts with the modal verb. This is important. And the short answer, yes, I can, no, I can't. It's only one exercise here. You need to write the sentences using the marks in the examples. For example, the first sentence needs to be a question, then positive, negative, positive, and so on. As an extra exercise, because I'll be doing this in the next video, please write all possible sentences. For example, for the first one, write the question, the negative, and choose give an answer. Thank you. See you in the question paper. You know that the verb can is a special verb, and as a special verb it has its name. It's called modal verb. The most specific thing for the modal verbs is that they never change. You use the modal verb, after that you put the infinitive of the verb, and that's it. So let's see how you did the exercise. In the first example, we need a question. Can he dance? Positive answer, yes, he can. Negative, no, he can't. Negative sentence, he can't dance. Positive sentence, he can dance. Second one, he can play the piano. He can't play the piano. Can he play the piano? Yes, he can. No, he can't. The car can't move fast. Sentence number 3. The car can't move fast. The car can move fast. Can the car move fast? Yes, it can. No, it can't. Sentence number 4. Anne can run fast. Can Anne run fast? Yes, she can. No, she can't. Sentence number 5. Can we walk faster? Yes, we can. No, sorry, we can't. We can walk faster. We can't walk faster. Sentence number 6. I can't speak Chinese. I can speak Chinese. Can you speak Chinese? No, I can't. Oh yes, I can. I think that was pretty easy. So I have another task for you. Please take a piece of paper and write down 10 sentences. 5 things that you can do, 5 things that you can't do. Then find another person, for example, your brother, your sister, your husband, your wife, doesn't matter, or just imagine, and write down 5 sentences about him or about her. 5 sentences what they can do, 5 sentences what they can't do. It should look something like this. I can speak English. I can't draw. He can dance. He can't play the piano, and so on. So at the end, you need to have 20 sentences. Good luck. I'm looking forward to reading your ideas. The first modal verb that you know is the verb can. Well, there are a lot of other modal verbs as well. The second modal verb we are going to talk about is the verb should. Should or shouldn't? Let's see some examples to understand what's the usage. When do you really need this verb? And what's the idea behind it? It's raining outside. You should take an umbrella. Or, Peter has a test tomorrow. He should study harder. This was such a boring movie. You shouldn't go. So can you think for the common between all of these situations? Exactly. Should is used for advice. When you give advice to somebody to do something, you should take your umbrella. It's good for you. You shouldn't go to that movie. It was not interesting, it was boring. So usually you give advice to a friend of yours. This exactly is the common case in which you will need should. You should do this. He shouldn't do that. And as every modal verb, here we have the same logic. You use the modal verb should, and after that the infinitive. I should go, he should go, we should go, and so on. The negatives are formed in an identical way as the verb can. I shouldn't go, he shouldn't go. Pay attention to this. Should not, yes, 2 words. 1 word is only cannot. When you form the question, you ask, should I go? Should he go? So you just make inversion. You change the places of he and should, of I and should, which means of the pronoun I, you, he, she, and the modal verb should. When you ask a question, the answers again are 2, positive and negative. Yes, I should. No, I shouldn't. Sounds easy. Let's see what the exercises will be. Okay. The first exercise, you need to write sentences using should. Of course, I advise you, again, to write all kinds of sentences. For example, for number 1, please write down the positive, the negative, and the question, and we'll check them on this way. The second exercise, you need to choose between the 2 modal verbs that you know, can and should. Revise what can means, and you'll find the exercise really easy. Again, write all of the forms, not only the question in the first one, but the positive and the negative as well. The more you practice, the better you're becoming. Good. See you in the answer section. Alright, let's check the answers. So the questions are related to modal verbs, should and can. You shouldn't eat that much. You should eat a lot. You shouldn't, right? Much, negative. You should, a lot, positive. That's one of the reasons I asked you to write all 3 forms of the sentences, because on this way you practice even the things that we have already passed. You revise everything, and it's really important. So, should I eat that much? Yes, you should. No, you shouldn't. Should I do this? Yes, you should. No, you shouldn't. I should do this. I shouldn't do this. She should listen to you. She shouldn't listen to you. Should she listen to you? Yes, she should. No, she shouldn't. We should speak more often. Yes, we should. No, we shouldn't. Should we speak more often? We shouldn't speak more often. You shouldn't work so hard. You should work that hard. Should you work hard or should I work hard? Yes, I should. No, I shouldn't. As we mentioned, hard, the comparative form of hard, harder, okay? And when we speak about adverbs, hard is the adjective, the adverb is hard. Good, because if you say hardly, then the meaning is completely changed. In the second exercise, can or should. Can you play the guitar? Can you? Because we speak about ability, physical ability. Yes, I can. No, I can't. I can't play the guitar. I can play the guitar. She shouldn't travel alone. It's dangerous. Shouldn't, because you're giving a piece of advice. Positive. She should travel alone. Question. Should she travel alone? Answers. Yes, she should. No, she shouldn't. He can't whistle. Whistle? You know the word. If you don't, dictionary, you know. Look it up. He can't. It's again physical ability. The verb is can. Positive. He can whistle. Question. Can he whistle? Answers. Yes, he can. No, he can't. She should be at home early. It's advice. It's not ability here. She should be at home early. Negative. She shouldn't be at home early. Question. Should she be at home early? And answers. Yes, she should. No, she shouldn't. We can speak English. Ability, mental ability. We can speak English. Negative. We can't speak English. Question. Can we speak English? Or can you speak English? And answers. Yes, we can. No, we can't. Enough with these two first modal verbs. Remember that they are really a lot, and we will have a lot of other times in which we'll speak about the modal verbs. But for a beginning, it's pretty enough. So let's go on and see what the other lecture will be about. Well, let's start from there. There are a lot of special verbs in English. And to understand what I mean, let's look at some examples. First, of course, we start from what we know. We know the verbs in present simple, how they are formed. So, for example, I read, he dances, she cooks. It's clear, I think. When we have a verb, we just use it by adding s if we use he, she, it. In all the other cases, in present simple, we need only the verb. The question is, what will happen if we have two verbs? Well, this is the first group of special verbs in English. And during the course, we will examine a lot of verb patterns. That's how they are called. We'll speak about gerund, we'll speak about infinitive, we'll speak about perfect gerund and perfect infinitive, and continuous gerund and continuous infinitive. Yeah, I know that it sounds quite strange right now, but you understand what I mean. Let's start from the very beginning. Two verbs. I like dance. She love read. What will happen? How they are going to be used in a sentence? Well, the first rule that you need to remember is that these three verbs, like, love, and hate, are followed by verb plus ing form. Here's an example. He loves dancing. The first verb, love, in present simple, loves. Then the second verb with ing, dancing. Or, she loves reading. Loves, first verb, present simple, she is. Reading, ing of the second verb. And another example. I love cycling. So she loves, he loves, I love. the rules of present simple. Second verb is the same, cycling, ing at the end. The rule is that the verb love is followed by verb plus ing. He loves dancing, she loves reading, I love cycling. And it's not only the verb love. The same rule is applied for the verb like. He likes singing. She likes sleeping. I like running. Okay? The first verb goes in present simple. The second verb goes with ing form. He likes singing. She likes sleeping. I like running. Like plus verb plus ing. The third verb we'll speak about today is the verb hate. Here, the logic is the same. The first verb, the verb hate, goes in present simple. After that comes the verb plus ing. He hates running. She hates watching. I hate sleeping. Hates, the verb is in present simple. The second verb, ing form. And the rule again, hate plus verb plus ing. He hates running. She hates watching TV. I hate sleeping. Summary. This is the first pattern we study about. This is the first part of group of verbs that you need to remember. The verbs love, like, and hate. The three of them are followed by verb plus ing. Okay? For practice, please write down 3 sentences with each of the verbs. What do you like? What do you love? What do you hate doing? And let's look at the exercises. Here's the PDF. What you need to do is to open the brackets, forming sentences with the words given in the brackets. Hint: make positive, negative, and question sentences again. See you in the answer section. Alright, let's see how you found the exercises. Answers. The task is to open the brackets and you need to form questions. My advice: to make positive, negative, and questions for each of the options. So let's get started. I don't like watching TV. Don't like, present simple, plus verb plus ing. I don't like watching. We love dancing. We love dancing. Love, present simple, plus verb plus ing. Love dancing. Do you like sleeping? Do you like sleeping? Do you like? The way we form the questions in present simple. Like is followed by verb plus ing. Like sleeping. He doesn't like cooking. Doesn't like, present simple. Like cooking. Cooking, verb plus ing. He doesn't like cooking. She loves traveling. Loves, present simple. She. Traveling. Love plus verb plus ing. They don't like walking. Don't like, present simple. Like plus verb plus ing. Good. Let's now make all of the other forms. I don't like watching TV. I like watching TV. Do you like watching TV? Yes, I do. No, I don't. We love dancing. We don't love dancing. Do we love dancing? Yes, we do. No, we don't. Do you like sleeping? Yes, I do. No, I don't. I don't like sleeping. I like sleeping. He doesn't like cooking. Does he like cooking? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. He likes cooking. She loves traveling. She doesn't love traveling. Does she love traveling? Yes, she does. No, she doesn't. They don't like walking. They like walking. Do they like walking? Yes, they do. No, they don't. And the extra exercise? I told you write down 3 sentences for you with each of the verbs. 3 sentences with like, 3 sentences with love, 3 sentences with hate. Be careful, you don't need to say I love ice cream, for example. You need love plus verb plus ing. I love going outside. I like swimming, and so on. The verbs are important here because verbs we are practicing at this moment. If you want, you may share your answers in the question and answer section of the course. Good luck! In this and the next 2 videos, we'll speak about differences between some pronouns. Well, yes, we know some of the forms already, and now it's time to see in what situations, what forms we need in order to express ourselves in the correct way. Of course, first, we are starting from what we know. I am, my name is. You are, your hobby is. He is, his favorite color is. She is, her hairstyle is. It is, its fur is. We are, our house is. You are, your favorite colors are. They are, their jobs are interesting, for example. Deliberately, I don't tell you the grammar names of these pronouns. It's important to understand in what situation, what form you need, and to feel it after that. Because if you try to remember everything by its grammar name, it will be really confusing for you from time to time. So let's get started, and you understand when to use his and when him, for example. I like Anne. Anne likes me. You like Anne. Anne likes you. He likes Anne. Anne likes him. She likes Anne. Anne likes her. It likes Anne. Anne likes it. We like Anne. Anne likes us. You like Anne. Anne likes you. They like Anne. Anne likes them. Okay? So, in the first part, the pronouns that are in red in the first table, I, you, he, she, it, what part of sentence are they? Yes, these are the people who do the action, or they're the subject of the sentence, the one who is active. She does something, she likes, she drives, she has something. And what is Anne in this sentence? Does Anne do something in the first column? Anne does something, or Anne feels something. Something is done on Anne. Exactly. Anne is not the subject. Well, in the second column, something else happens. Anne is the subject. And we change the last part of the sentence with the pronoun. You can say, of course, Anne likes Tom, right? But instead of Tom, if you want to use a pronoun, Well, in this case, you need him. Anne likes him. Anne likes Monica. Anne is the person who does something. She. She likes Monica. Monica is the person who feels something. Anne does something on her, right? So, she likes her. This is the logic. When the person is doer of the action, we use the pronouns from the first column. When the action is done on somebody, we use the pronouns from the second column. Alright? Let's look at another situation in which we are going to use these pronouns exactly. This is my bag. Give it to me. This is his bag. Give it to him. This is her bag. Give it to her. This is its plate. Give it to it. These are our bags. Give them to us. These are their bags. Give the bags to them. Look at the sentences carefully. What's the common thing between the usage of the pronoun in all of the situations? Yes, when we speak about the pronouns in the right column, you notice that we always have a preposition. So after a preposition, to, we use the pronouns him, her, us, them, and so on. To be sure that everything is clear, let's take a look at all of the pronouns we know so far. I, my, to me. Give it to me. You, your, to you. He, his, to him. She, her, to her. No difference here. It, its, to it. We, our, to us. You, your, to you. They, their, to them. Good. Be really careful when each of the forms is used. It's really easy to get confused here, and the only way to be sure that you are on the right way and you're doing something correctly is exercises. So let's check the PDF we have prepared. Alright, add the correct forms: me, him, her. And while doing the exercises, try to explain to yourselves why. Why do I need this form? Not in the instructions it is said to use him, so let's use him, not use his, right? It's important to understand why. The second exercise is a little bit more difficult. Here we need to choose between the correct forms: I, me, he, him, and so on. The third exercise is the same. Just be careful, because again, it can be really misleading when you're trying to choose the correct pronoun. Be careful, remember the rules, and the exercises will be easy. See you in the answer section. I hope you could do the exercises. Again, at first, it may seem a little bit more difficult, but with practice and with speaking, of course, you will be getting better and better. The idea to use all of the pronouns without even thinking what you're using at that exact moment. So the first task, choose the correct form: me, him, her, and so on. And of course, why? Okay, I don't know his friends. Do you know them? His friends, a lot of people without me. They. And we need to substitute, to place something different on the place of they. Them. Do you know them? They are not doing the action. You are doing the action, okay? They just accept the action, which means I don't know his friends. I is the subject of the sentence. Do you know them? I want to talk to Anne. Do you usually talk to her? Same logic. I, subject, Anne, object, or not subject, let's say. Do you usually talk to her? I don't know that boy. Do you know him? Correct. Him. I don't know those people. Do you know them? Please, call us soon. We want to talk to you. The hint here is we in the second sentence. Please call us. Why us is here? Because you are doing the action. You need to call. You need to call to us. The action reflects on us. Please call us soon. We want to talk to you. Second exercise. I, me, he, him, and so on. I want to talk to them, but they don't want to talk to me. Here you can see exactly how important it is to understand the logic. Where is the object? Where is the subject? Who does the action where and what pronouns we actually need? I, subject, want to talk to them, object. But they, in this part of the sentence, they is the subject, don't want to talk to me. After the preposition to, always that form of the pronouns, me. These are called object pronouns. Okay, I said it. This is the grammar name of the structure. I, he, she, these are the subject personal pronouns, and the others, me, him, her, are the object pronouns. So, she wants to talk to him, but he, subject, doesn't want to talk to preposition, to her. He wants to talk to her, but she doesn't want to talk to him. We want to talk to you, but you don't want to talk to us. They want to talk to us, but we don't want to talk to them. I hope you understood the logic. If there is something that I don't explain clearly enough, please don't hesitate to ping me on a question in the Q&A section, okay? I'm looking forward to receiving different questions actually. Next exercise. Again, I, me, he, him. Where are the tickets? I can't find them. I, the doer of the action. The tickets, we need to do something on the tickets. The tickets reflect. So I can't find them. I can't find my keys. Where are they? Not them. You feel the difference here. Where are they? Good. We want to go out. You can come with us. With preposition us after that. I have a new motorbike. Do you want to see it? You, doer of the action. It reflects the action. Maria likes music. She plays the piano. She, subject. She does it. Maria, she. I advise you on finding more exercises online and doing the questions in the Q&A section after that, in the exercises that teach section, but this will be at the end. I mean those exercises. For now, try to find more exercises online on pronouns. You need subject pronouns, possessive pronouns, and object pronouns. Good luck. As you are already master with subject and object pronouns, it's time to move on. The next group of pronouns we are going to talk about are a form of possessive pronouns. The situation in which they are used. Who says this? And till now we answered it's my sister's, it's my father's, right? Okay, let's see which are the forms of pronouns that can be used in order to substitute my sister's, my father's, and so on with the correct pronoun. Examples, of course. Whose is this car? This is my car. This car is mine. Okay? This is my car. This car is mine. I, mine. The car is yours. You, yours. Another example. Who says this watch? This is my watch. The watch is his. He, his. Whose is this telephone? This is my telephone. The telephone is hers. She, hers. The forms first. I, my, mine. Whose is the bow? It's mine. Full stop. You, your, yours. He, his, his. She, her, hers. It, its, its. We, our, ours. You, your, yours. They, their, theirs. Okay? So you need to remember, in fact, only the first form. I, my, mine. From there, you know the other forms. You just need to add s where we don't have it already. Your, yours. His, his. Her, hers. Its, it finishes in s, so we don't change it. Our, ours, and so on. Something really important. Look at these examples. This is my watch. This watch is mine. This is her car. The car is hers. This is our telephone. The telephone is ours. Some people find it difficult to make the difference between these pronouns, but actually it's very easy if you know the correct rule. For example, look at the first two sentences. This is my watch. The watch is mine. What difference can you notice here? Exactly. In the second sentence, the last word is the pronoun itself. This watch is mine. Full stop. In the first sentence, you say my what. So, after the forms my, your, his, her, and so on, you need to say what. My watch, my sister, my, I don't know, my clock, my house. When you want to use only the pronoun, it's at the end of the sentence. The house is mine. The watch is mine, and so on. You don't need to say what after that. That's the way to remember it visually. After the first group of pronouns, those on the left, we say what. My house, your shoes, his TV, her telephone, and so on. After the second group of pronouns, which are again possessive pronouns, we put full stop. That's the easiest way to memorize it. Please, all of these rules, write them somewhere. In all of the grammar books, that you have used or you're using or you will be using, you may find these rules. I agree, but they are not explained in an easy way. I explain them on a way that I know that it works, right? I've been doing that for a long time, and I see the reaction of people when they understand how simple English grammar actually is. So please write down everything, and you will see that at the end of the course, it will be really easy for you. Let's practice now. The first exercise, you need to choose the correct form of the pronouns. Mine, yours, and so on. It's easy exercise. The second one, you need to choose the correct form. So here you need more logic. Good luck. Alright, let's check your answers. In the first exercise, you have to choose between mine, yours, and the other forms of possessive pronouns. These are your shoes. The shoes are yours. That is his car. The car is his. Is this her coat? Is this coat hers? This is our house. That house is ours. These are their cars. These cars are theirs. If you have difficulties in memorizing the forms, these are really easy. Remember, you need to put s at the end of the possessive pronouns, of the simple forms of the possessive pronouns. And the difference again, because we will need it for the other exercise. Your shoes, yours. After your, his, her, our, you need to say what. Then comes the full stop. After yours, his, hers, and so on, we just put the full stop. That's it. We are ready with the sentence. That's the end of the sentence. The shoes are yours. The car is his. I want to talk to my sister. My what? My sister. Full stop. After sister. Are you sure these socks are yours? End of sentence. Pronoun with the S form. Please answer her call. Her what? Her call. End of sentence. After call. Is this number theirs? End of sentence. Is this number theirs? This is my flat. My what? My flat. That flat isn't mine. Mine. End of sentence. Extra task. Please think for 5 sentences where you can use the short forms my, your, his, her, their, and after that, these 5 sentences transform in a way to use with the longer possessive forms, yours, theirs, mine, and so on. I'm looking forward to reading your answers in the Q&A section after this lecture. See you there, waiting for you in the next lesson as well. After I've explained you several forms of the pronouns, and you may be a little bit confused, I think it's time to stop for a while and to summarize what we know first, after that to make exercises. So in this video, first you see a chart with all of the forms. If you can't understand something still, please return to one of the previous videos or ask me with an example in the Q&A section. After that, you are going to check the PDF by yourself. I will tell you when. And we are starting with the exercises directly doing them here, which means that you need to stop the video to make the exercises if you want it to be useful and to play the video again. So this is the chart. Different forms, different usages. Let's see the main differences. I, you, he, she, and so on. These pronouns you use when you speak about the doer of the action, the person who does the action. I want this, you are that. Okay, this is the subject. After that, my, your, his, her, you use when you say that you have something or you possess something. For example, my house is, your brother is, his hobby is, and so on. You express some relationship between you and something else. And you always say what this something else is. By contrast to the very last column, mine, yours, his, hers. Okay? These pronouns answer to the question whose. Whose is this? It's mine. Full stop. That's it. Main difference between columns 2 and 4. In column 4, this is the very last word that you will see in the sentence. The third column, me, you, him, her. Give it to me, give it to her. Okay, you remember this one? After prepositions, we use these pronouns. Let's look at the exercises. Now is your time by yourself to check the PDF, to pause the video, to do the exercises, and after that to check them together. I hope you did it. So let's start, because otherwise if you're just looking at this, it will not be useful for you. Really, it will be kind of even waste of time. You looking at me explaining something that you haven't thought about, it doesn't work on that way. Okay, I want to talk to her. To plus pronoun, preposition. To her. Please tell me when to call. Tell to me. Tell me. Okay? Me here is not the subject of the sentence. Because of that, we need the object form, the pronouns from the third column. We need to discuss their offer. Their offer. Their what? We need the short form of the possessive pronoun. Is this idea theirs? Is this idea theirs? End of sentence. Theirs. This is the correct form of the possessive pronoun you need. Our family is big enough. Our what? Our family. So we need the short form of the possessive pronoun. Come to visit us. Come to visit us. Object pronoun. I know her. I subject, she object, object pronoun her, but I don't remember her name. Same logic. I know her, but I don't remember her name. May you help me? Me, object. Next exercise. That wallet is hers. End of sentence. Is that bag yours? End of sentence. Call them again. You do the action. This action reflects to somebody. Object pronoun, them. These are her photos. Her photos, her what? You say what, so you need the short form of the possessive pronoun. Are these photos yours too? End of sentence. We don't specify what. It's at the beginning, so the long form of the possessive pronoun. This is our key. Our what? Our key. Short form of possessive pronoun. Give it to us. To, preposition plus pronoun. To us. Object pronoun. I'm sure these cars are theirs. Theirs. End of sentence. Long form of possessive pronoun. I really hope that these 3 lectures, including the exercises parts, were really useful. I'm happy if I receive any feedback from you. and looking forward to reading your questions in the Q&A section. See you in the next lesson. Welcome to the first from a series of lectures in which we start talking about past simple. The only tense that we know so far is present simple. Present simple, you remember, we use when we speak about something which usually happens in the present. The next tense that you will use all the time is past simple. So let's follow the same logic and start with the verb to be, this time in past simple. In present simple we know what the forms are. I am, you are, he is, she is, we are, you are, they are. The question is, what's happening in past simple now? You say, it's sunny today. It was rainy yesterday. I am energetic today. I was tired yesterday. She is sad today. She was happy yesterday. We are in France today. We were in Italy yesterday. So, the forms are I am, I was. You are, you were. He is, he was. She is, she was. It is, it was. We are, we were. You are, you were. They are, they were. The second really important thing you need to remember for past simple now is that you use it when you speak about something that happened yesterday or last year or 2 weeks ago. These are the markers for past simple. Of course, there are a lot of different tenses with different nuances and so on, but at the beginning, it's important to be able to express yourself simple. You remember this one. You need to learn to speak correctly as a child. So, I was here, she was there, and so on. Let's practice just the verb to be, just the positive forms. And let's check the exercise. Only 5 sentences. Look at them, do them by yourself, and let's check them. Okay? I hope you're ready. So, you're careful about the marker, today or yesterday. Today, present simple, the verb to be am, is, are. Past simple, was or were. We in the garden yesterday. Yesterday, past simple. We were. It really hot today. It is really hot today. I 10 last year. Last year, past. I was. I was 10 last year. My friends happy to see me at the party yesterday. Yesterday, past simple. My friends, they were. My mother's sisters, they, in Austria now. Now, present simple. My mother's sisters are in Austria now. They, in Italy yesterday. They were in Italy yesterday. I think you are ready to continue with the question and the negative forms of the verb to be in past simple. In this video, we are going on with the other forms of the verb to be in past simple, the negative and the question forms. What we know from the previous lesson are the positive forms? Was or were? The question now is what will happen when we need to ask a question, or when we want to say that something was not, or some things were not on the way we thought. So let's start with some situations, and by the end of the video, we'll know everything. It was rainy yesterday. It wasn't sunny yesterday. It was rainy. It wasn't sunny yesterday. The questions: was it rainy yesterday? Answer: yes, it was. Was it sunny yesterday? No, it wasn't. Okay? It wasn't. Was it? You just change the places of the pronoun and the verb to be in the past. Was it rainy? Short positive answer: yes, it was. Short negative answer: no, it wasn't. Another example: I was tired yesterday. Negative: I wasn't energetic yesterday. Question: were you tired yesterday? Yes, I was. Were you energetic yesterday? No, I wasn't. Were you tired? Yes, I was. Were you energetic? No, I wasn't. Another example: she was happy yesterday. She wasn't sad yesterday. Was she happy? Yes, she was. Was she sad? No, she wasn't. And last example: we were in Italy yesterday. We weren't in France yesterday. Were you? Yes, we were. Were you? No, we weren't. Okay? It's important to remember that there are two forms: was and were. You were, they were, we were. Everything else goes with was. And just to have it as a chart, if you need, write it down. Okay, the exercises, only one. What you need to do is to make sentences. Pause the video, write the 3 sentences on your own, which means that at the end you need to have 9 sentences, and let's check them after that. Alright, I hope you did it. So, it rainy today. It is rainy today. It isn't rainy today. Is it rainy today? Answers? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. I at home yesterday. I was at home yesterday. I wasn't at home yesterday. Were you at home yesterday? Yes, I was. No, I wasn't. Third sentence: we were. You remember I was, you were, we were. We were together yesterday. We weren't together yesterday. Were you together yesterday? Good job. Now we are ready to start with, let's say, the more difficult part of past simple. Everything that you know so far is about the verb to be only. Thanks to the verb to be, we can form really simple sentences. To be able to make one sentence longer and to express more things, we need other verbs. So let's see how the verbs are used in past simple. Start the next lesson, please. When we speak about the past, now we know how to make sentences using the verb to be. The past forms are was and were. You know the positive and the negative: wasn't, weren't. You know also how to make questions. Well, the question now is how to make sentences using verbs different from the verb to be. Example with something that you already know. Present simple. In present simple, you remember we use the verb, we are careful whom we are talking about. If we speak about him, her, or it, so we use he, she, it, then the verb goes with s. Okay? In all of the other forms, we need just the word verb in its basic form. And present simple, you also know that it is used for something that's happening every day or for something that's happening in general. Well, the question now is what is going to happen when we speak about yesterday, when something happened yesterday. And this is the verb receives ed at the end. Let's look at some examples. I cleaned the room yesterday. She tried the cake yesterday. He visited Spain last year. We traveled to Germany last week. They worked together last year. Be very careful with the pronunciation first. A lot of people try to read it as two different letters and to pronounce it as a separate word. It doesn't work on this way. I cleaned, not I cleaned. I tried. He visited. Okay? The only situations in which you need to pronounce ed as it is when the verb finishes in t or d and you just can't say it visited, right? In all of the other cases, you just don't read e. We traveled, they worked. Verb plus ed. Look at the second sentence. She tried the cake yesterday. Try is a verb that finishes in y, the same as the verb study. And as it finishes in y, we are careful about the letter before. It's consonant. So here you apply the same rule that you know. You know it from the plural forms of the nouns first. After that, we revised the rule in the present simple. Here it's the same. When the verb finishes in y plus ed, we are careful about the letter before y. When that letter is consonant, y is changed into I and ed is added after that. He studied last night. She tried the cake. Study, studied. Try, tried. Another situation comes when we have verbs that finish in y and there's a vowel in front. Stay plus ed, stayed. Okay? Here there is no change in y. The same rule that you know. That's why I told you even then that it's very important to remember that rule. You're going to need it. So y plus ed, stayed. Something else. There are situations in which we need to double the last consonant. For example, stopped, plant. What you need to be careful about. First, you need to be sure about the basic form of the verb, of course. Stop, plan. These are short verbs, right? Then, you are trying to find the combination of the last three letters. That's the same exercise that we've already done. So, if you have a combination of consonant, vowel, consonant, as in stop, then the last consonant is doubled. Okay? Once again, a combination of consonant T, vowel O. Consonant P. The last consonant P is doubled. Stopped. Stopped plant. Be careful with this rule because these are one of the most common mistakes when it comes to spelling in tenses and in general in English. You're trying to understand what's the combination of the last three letters. Then you know how to write the word. It doesn't matter if you know the word or if you don't. Good. So far, we spoke about the verbs that take ed, and that's the way you form some of the forms in past simple. In past simple, the situation goes like that. There are verbs that are called regular verbs. There are verbs that are called irregular verbs. The irregular verbs follow the basic rule. You just add ed and you are ready to use the verb. The irregular verbs, well, that's a different story, and we'll speak about them in the next several videos. There you need to learn everything by heart, sorry, no other way. But I prepared you a set of cards that you will find as attached files. I hope they will be useful because there you have the three forms of the most common verbs plus example sentences. So I hope that it will be really useful, but about those things we'll speak in the next video. Now time to do the exercises. It's only one, so let's directly check it. That's it. You need to open the brackets using past simple. Please pause the video, and after you are ready, let's then check it together. Good. I opened the door. Pronunciation, be careful about that. My sister, be here, wasn't at home. He enjoyed the party a lot. No difference in the spelling because the verb finishes in vowel plus y. Enjoyed. The car stopped next to the hotel. Here you're careful about the spelling. Stopped, double P. It was rainy the whole day yesterday. The verb to be. It was rainy the whole day yesterday. It rained a lot. The movie started. Be careful with the pronunciation. The verb finishes in T. The movie started on time. That was the easy part. Let's start with the irregular verbs. Please spend the time you need to memorize them. If you don't learn the irregular verbs now, it will be really difficult for you when we start talking about the perfect tenses. Okay? See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this and the next video, we are going to talk about the most common irregular verbs. 20 irregular verbs here, 20 irregular verbs in the next lecture. Why irregular verbs? This is what point we reached in the previous video. We said that the verbs in English are two basic categories. Regular verbs, when we speak about past simple, regular verbs that finish in ed, and irregular verbs that we are going to examine now. Again, the irregular verbs, memorize them by heart. So far, I've decided that it's better for you at this level to remember only the two forms of the verbs. Each verb has three forms, okay? In the lectures where we'll speak about irregular verbs in the next level, A2, you will find the set of cards I've told you about. The point there is that I've given everywhere the three forms. It means that you need to have the basic knowledge, you need to have basic vocabulary to work with them. In those cards, you will find example sentences as well. So, what are irregular verbs? Well, think of them as new words, okay? The verb in present has one form, the verb in past has a different form. Example you may see on the screen. Begin in present, began in past. Break, broke. Bring, brought. Build, built. Buy, bought. If you have any problems with the translation, with understanding of the meaning, please use a dictionary. Second point, all of the irregular verbs, please write them down somewhere. You can't memorize them just by looking at this. You need to find your way to learn them really as new words. That's it. Yes, there is logic, but at this level you can't catch the logic still. Okay, 5 more. Catch, caught. Come, came. Do, did. Drink, drunk. Eat, ate. Wonderful. One short exercise. These are the sentences, 6 sentences. The irregular verbs are in brackets. Your task, open the brackets using the correct form in past simple. Please pause the video and do the exercise. And let's check it together. He caught the wrong plane. Catch, caught. They built their house 10 years ago. Build, built. As pronunciation, you can't hear the difference even. The show began an hour later. Begin, begun. They drank wine yesterday afternoon. Drink, drunk. Mark did his homework. Do, did. Thank you that you came on time yesterday. Come, came. Again, please, the verbs by heart, and I'm not going to repeat it anymore. The second part, 5 more on this one, 5 more on the other one. Fall, fell. Find, found. Forget, forgot. Get, got. And give, gave. 5 more, the last for this lecture. Go, went. Have, had. Hear, heard. Know, knew. And leave, left. The exercise, same logic we are following. Here are the sentences. You may find them in the PDF attached. So please pause the video, do the exercise, and we are checking in a second. Alright, I found a strange box here yesterday. Find, found. I was sure she knew the answer. Be, was. Know, knew. They gave me the book I wanted. Be careful. Want is not an irregular verb. Want is simple normal verb. I wanted. We left the house early in the morning. Leave, left. I had temperature yesterday. She went to work by car. Have, had. Go, went. As an extra exercise, please take a piece of paper and write down one sentence with each of the modal verbs. Something that happened yesterday, something that you saw yesterday, your choice. If you want, share your answers in the Q&A section and I'll check if everything was written correctly. See you in the second part of this lecture where we'll speak about 20 more irregular verbs. Did you learn the first part of the irregular verbs, the first 20? I do really hope so, because in this lecture we are going to speak about 20 more forms. And you know, learning 40 is quite more difficult than learning 20. Why we are talking about this one? Because the verbs in past simple are two types: regular verbs that form their forms with ed and irregular verbs. I told you, think of the irregular verbs as new words. These are just different verb forms that are used when we speak about the past. And let's look at them. Lose, lost. Make, made. Meet, met. Pay, paid. Put, put. For example, I lost my key yesterday. I made a cake last week. I met Frances 2 years ago. I paid the bills yesterday. I put the coat on the sofa. 5 more. Read, read. Ring, rang. Say, said. Not said, please. See, saw. Sell, sold. I read a really interesting book last week. Somebody rang. I saw him yesterday. I sold the house. And the exercise: here are your 6 sentences. Please write them down or look at the PDF. Do the exercise on your own. We are taking it in a minute. Okay? I lost my passport at the airport. We met a friend of mine in the center. Meet, met. Lose, lost. He made a mistake and got lost in the city. She sold her bracelet. Sell, sold. I saw you last night. See, saw. The telephone rang. Ring, rang. Your turn. You have these 10 verbs. Think of sentences with each of them. And go on with the last 10 verbs after that. Sit, sat. Sleep, slept. Speak, spoke. Stand, stood. Take, took. I sat on the chair. He slept. I spoke to him yesterday. I took your bag. Tell, taught. Think, thought. Wake up, woke up. Win, won. Write, wrote. I wrote a letter to her yesterday. Last week she won the competition. I woke up at 5 this morning. I thought about him yesterday. He told me the truth last week. Okay? Sentences, please share them in the Q&A section. And one last exercise here for you. Check the PDF. And let's check it. He spoke to her. Speak, spoke. I took the phone in the morning. Take, took. She sat next to me. Sit, sat. My sister wrote a lovely letter. Write, wrote. They won the competition. Win, won. She woke up too early. Wake, woke. the most important part. It's good that I've showed you the 40 irregular verbs, but it's really important for you to have memorized them. The easiest way to understand the first step is to examine yourselves, and this kind of exercises are really useful when you study new words or when you try to memorize something. So take a piece of paper, write down the 40 irregular verbs, cut the piece of paper in pieces, then choose a piece of paper and try to say the second form of the verb you have chosen. That's the way you may examine yourself perfectly well. Okay? Share how you found the exercise in the Q&A section. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next lecture. Now we know not only how to use the verb to be, but how to form past simple of the basic irregular verbs, as well as of all regular verbs. The next step, how to make a negative sentence. And let's look at some examples directly. He watched TV. ED indicates that we speak about the past. Negative. He didn't watch TV. Didn't. Do in the past, did. To form the negative, we need didn't, did not, and after that we use the basic form of the verb, the infinitive of the verb. He watched, past simple ed, he didn't, and watch, the infinitive in present, didn't watch TV. Another example. He played football. He didn't play football. Didn't, and the basic form of the verb, didn't play. These two were regular verbs. Let's see if there is some difference if we use irregular verbs. She ran. She didn't run. Okay? You notice that there is no difference in the way you form past simple. You need always didn't, and after that the first form of the verb. Another reason for you to know the irregular verbs, otherwise you can't speak normally, really. So, she ran, she didn't run. Another example. The phone rang, the phone didn't ring. Be very careful at the beginning. It's a mistake that a lot of people do. They write didn't, and after that comes the second form of the verb. Please don't do it on that way. Didn't, infinitive. Didn't ring. It rang, it didn't ring. The rule. When we speak about past simple and we want to form a negative sentence, we use didn't, and after that we add the verb in its infinitive. And let's practice, because in theory it's always easy, and most of the times the problems come when it comes to practice. Let's check the PDF. Okay, so we speak about past simple, and the first exercise we need to write the negatives. The sentences are positive, you need to write the negatives. The second one, you need to open the brackets using past simple. And one extra exercise. If the verb here is positive, I want you to make it negative. And if the sentence is negative, I want to make it positive. Okay? Remember that the more you practice, the better you will be and the easier you will start speaking normally. See you in the answer section. Alright, let's check if you understood everything about the formation of past simple negative sentences. So in the first exercise, the positive sentences are given. What we need to do is to write the negatives. He worked in Madrid. The rule, you need didn't, and after that the verb. He didn't work in Madrid. We spoke about you. Speak, spoke. We didn't speak about you. Peter called Anne. Peter didn't call Anne. My brother went to school. Go, went. My brother didn't go to school. She was alone was the verb to be. She wasn't alone. Be very careful not to have written didn't be here, please. She wasn't alone. It snowed a lot. It didn't snow a lot. We slept till 9 in the morning. Sleep, slept. We didn't sleep till 9 in the morning. After that, we need to open the brackets using past simple. And I told you, if the sentence is positive, make it negative. If it's negative, make it positive. I didn't wash my hair yesterday. Negative. I washed my hair yesterday. Positive. We went abroad last year. Positive. We didn't go abroad last year. Negative. My daughter called me yesterday. Positive. My daughter didn't call me yesterday. Negative. He didn't have a dog. Negative. He had a dog. Positive. It snowed a lot last year. Positive. It didn't snow a lot last year. Negative. They didn't look happy. They looked happy. Her dog barked a lot last night. Her dog didn't bark a lot last night. If you need extra practice, go to the first lecture about present simple and past simple and write the positive sentences negative. Good luck. See you in the next lecture. Welcome to the last lecture in this series about past simple. So after we've already learned how to use the verb to be in the past, and we understood what's the difference between regular, irregular verbs. We know also how to form the negative sentences. Well, now it's time to go on with the questions. And directly, let's just check some examples. I lived in a house. Did you live in a house? Yes, I did. Did you live in a flat? No, I didn't. One more example. He played football. Did he play football? Yes, he did. Did he play basketball? No, he didn't. Okay, let's analyze the sentence now. He played football, past simple, ed, shows that this is past simple. We want to form the question. What we need is first to put did, after that the infinitive of the verb. Did he play? Did he play? Did he live? Did he travel? Okay, so the question is formed with did, you, he, she, it doesn't matter. Then comes the verb. In short, that's all we have spoken about. The verbs are divided into groups: regular verbs, irregular verbs. The irregular verbs, now you know 40, the basic 40 verbs. When you reach the past simple lectures in the next level, you will find a lot of more verbs, plus of course the flashcards that I've told you about. So how is formed the positive sentence in past simple? If we have a regular verb, We need only ed. I visited. If the sentence is with an irregular verb, then you need the second form of the verb. Speak, spoke. It doesn't matter if the sentence is with a positive or with a negative verb when it comes to the negative and question sentences. The negative sentences are formed with didn't and the infinitive of the verb. The positive sentences, the questions are formed with did. After that, I, you, he, she, doesn't matter. After that comes the infinitive of the verb. Please write this down and remember it really well. Present simple, past simple, present continuous, and future simple are the very basic tenses. If you have at some moment problem with the other tenses and you are not sure, in a spoken English, it's not a problem at all just to use any tense for the past or any tense for the present. But past simple, present simple, future simple, well, these are obligatory. Good. Let's go on with the exercises. The first one, you need to write the questions and to write the negatives. The second one, you need to correct the mistakes in the sentences. Okay, I'll find a way to make a revision of the irregular verbs as well. So before you continue with the answer section, please revise those basic 40 verbs. See you in the answer section. Alright, let's see how difficult or how easy the exercises were. In the first exercise, you have to write the questions and the negatives for each of the given sentences. I washed the dishes yesterday. Okay, first the verb. The verb is wash. Wash, washed. Negative. I didn't wash. Didn't plus the infinitive. I didn't wash the dishes. You start the question with did. Did you wash the dishes? Okay, now I want you to make a question with an answer yesterday. Ready? When did you wash the dishes? When did you? The logic is the same as with the do and the questions that we formed there. When did you wash the dishes? He went on holiday. Go, went. He didn't go on holiday. Negative. Did he go on holiday? Positive answer. Yes, he did. She made a mistake. The verb is made, make. She didn't make a mistake. Did she make? Negative answer. No, she didn't. Did first form, do. Good. Next one. They gave me some money. Negative. They didn't give me any money. Be careful here. Some positive sentences, any negative sentences, and questions. Did they give you any money? Money countable or uncountable? Uncountable. That's it. In English, money is uncountable. And as we mentioned, money, what about advice? Countable or uncountable? Uncountable. That's it. And if you want to ask for one, then you need to put a piece of advice. Next sentence. I needed your help. I didn't need your help. Did you need my help? Need, regular verb. We paid the bills. We didn't pay the bills. Did you pay the bills? Okay. In the next exercise, there are 5 sentences given. There are mistakes in each of the sentences and we need to correct them. My mother speaks 3 languages when she were a child. Well, my mother now is not a child. Absolutely. So we speak about the past. When we speak about the past, the only tense that we know now is past simple. So we need the correct forms in past simple. Speak is a regular verb. No, it's not right. So speak is irregular. You see the mistake in the sentence. That's what a lot of people do actually. They quite often forget that the verbs are regular and irregular. So speak is irregular verb. The second form is spoke. My mother spoke when she was. We were, she was. Okay. Does your father called you yesterday? When you have a sentence, first you are trying to find the marker of the sentence, the word which tells you when this thing happened. Yesterday, that's our marker. When you see yesterday, it means that you speak about something in the past. Yesterday, past simple. So now just you need to make the normal question. Did your father call you yesterday? My wallet didn't be here. You know, this one wasn't. Please never even think of didn't be. My wallet wasn't here. Make it a question. Was my wallet here? Or was your wallet here? Okay. I love swimming every day. I love swimming every day. The marker? Every day. Okay, so we are not in the past. But we speak about me. I love. I love swimming. You remember the verbs love, like, hate. After them, the second verb is with the ing form. Last sentence. He loved watched TV when he was a child. The same logic. He loved, it's correct because we speak about the past, when he was a child. But the form of the verb after that is not okay. After love, you need verb plus ing. He loved watching TV when he was a child. Okay, make. Second form, made. Keep, kept. Go, went. Lose, lost. Prepare, it's regular, prepared. Well done. That's enough for past simple for now. Let's go on with something different. Okay? See you in the next lecture. In this video, I want to pay special attention to the structure there was, there were, and of course its forms. There wasn't, was there, were there, and so on. The situations you use there is or there are the same in which you are going to use there was or there were. So you say there is a cup on the table. There are children in the zoo. There is when you describe one thing, when you speak about one thing. There are when the people or the things are more than two. Two or more than two, actually. Okay, so the positive and negative questions on the way they are formed for the there is structure are clear. What about there was and there were? Well, they are identical. Just please be careful because a lot of people find it difficult when they want to say something in the past or when they want to to change one structure into another, they start thinking, what do I need to use? Well, you need there was or there were, and the logic is the same. So there was, there wasn't, was there when you speak about one thing. Two or more things, There were, there weren't, were there. As it's easy, let's just go on to the practice. You may find, of course, the PDF. Let me first explain the exercises, and after that we are going to do them together in this video. So in the first exercise you need to compare and describe the two rooms. It's one and the same room, let's imagine, just the one is now, the other is last year. Okay, so you need to write down sentences for these 5 words: carpet, TV, table, clock, and picture. There is now, but there wasn't last year. Something like that. In the second exercise, I need you to write down the correct form of there was or there were. The exercises are really easy. Pause the video, do them, and we are starting the checking right now. Okay, in the first exercise, we need to compare the two pictures. So, there isn't a carpet now. There was a carpet last year. There is a TV now, but there wasn't a TV last year. Of course, your sentences may be a little bit different. If you're not sure if this that you wrote is correct, just please paste it in the Q&A section and I will take a look. There isn't a table now, but there was a table last year. There is a clock now, but there wasn't a clock last year. There isn't a picture now, but there was a picture last year. An extra exercise: choose a room in your flat or in the house where you live and imagine how it was, or just remember how it was. Then write down 5 sentences: now and before. Next exercise, the correct forms: there was, there were. I was hungry, but there wasn't anything to eat. Was everything okay yesterday? I was hungry, but there wasn't anything to eat. Okay, I was hungry, but after but, you need the opposite structure of the first one. I was hungry, but there wasn't anything. Anything goes always with the singular verb. Anything is. So, but there wasn't anything to eat. Was everything okay yesterday? Were there any problems? Problems in plural. So because of that, you need were there, not was there. Were there any problems? I opened the envelope, but it was empty. There was nothing in it. Remember that in English, you can't have double negative. There was nothing. Nothing, the word nothing, gives you the negative meaning of the whole sentence. You don't need to say there wasn't. If you say there wasn't, then you need the positive word, which means there wasn't anything in it. Okay? We stayed at a very nice hotel. Really? Was there a swimming pool? Swimming pool 1. Was there. You need the singular form. Did you buy any bananas? No, there weren't any in the shop. Bananas? Plural. No, there weren't. Plural form of there were. I think that everything is clear, or at least I hope so. If you have any questions about past simple or about whatever that we have spoken about so far, please write down your questions in the Q&A section. In the next video, we are continuing with the next tense in English. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Welcome back to the next lecture where we are starting with a new tense. Please, from now on, be very careful. Till now, let's say it was easy. You speak about the present, you use present simple. You speak about the past, you use past simple. Okay, but the tenses are a lot. And the next tense we are going to talk about is present continuous, or the ing form. Let's first see how it is compared to present simple. She reads every day. Okay? Every day, present simple. She is reading now. Now, present continuous. She is reading now. Another situation. I run every day. Something happens often, something happens usually. Okay, something happens every day. But I am running now. Now, different tense. Here are the two pairs of sentences. I run every day. I'm running now. She reads every day. She's reading now. Present simple, you know. When you speak about something which happens usually, you use present simple. I won't repeat again the rules. The focus now is on present continuous, or the second present tense. We use present continuous when something is happening now. Something is happening at the moment of talking, right now. I am running now. She is reading. So how do you form it? You use the verb to be, the correct form of the verb to be. After that, the verb passing. Let's practice. I am running now. Follow this example and open the brackets in the sentences below. And let's check it together. He is watching TV now. Is verb passing, watching. She is having a shower now. Have passing, having, is having. It is snowing now. Is ing. It is snowing. They are sleeping now. Are verb passing. They are sleeping. You are studying now. Are verb passing. We are running now. The verb to be, the verb passing. Pay attention to the second sentence, having, to the fifth sentence, studying, and to the sixth sentence, running. Exactly. We are going to talk about some spelling rules. In fact, some of them you know, just because the spelling in English is kind of identical. I mean, it doesn't matter what we are talking about, the spelling rules are the same. That's why it's very important to learn everything at the beginning. And these lectures, in fact, A1 and A2 level, are really the most important. Usually in the courses, after, let's say, the middle of B1, from there on, the focus is on vocabulary, not on grammar. Because people think that you know the grammar already, or you can understand how to say something in a different way. So, spelling. We are baking a cake. Or, she is preparing the salad. Okay? The verb finishes in E. When the verb finishes in E, you don't write E in the ing form. You skip E, okay? And you just write the ing form. Baking, preparing. Another rule. We are eating. We are running. We are planning. Please look at the verbs. Look at the combination of letters and form the sentences on your own. Pause the video and think. I hope that you did it and that you understood what's the logic. You know already that when the verb finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant, then the very last consonant is doubled. Running, double N. Planning, double N. Okay? By contrast, when the verb finishes in vowel, vowel, consonant, as it is in eat, you see, then nothing is doubled. Remember this one. Try to apply it. Practice this rule. A lot of people make mistakes all the time in their writings just based on this rule. Okay? Consonant, vowel, consonant. When the verb is short, it's important. When the verb is short and you double the last consonant. Another spelling rule. I am studying. They are playing. Pause the video again, look at the two verbs and note if something is not okay for you. I mean, if there is something strange, if you expected something different. Okay, what's new here and what you really have to remember is that when we are in present continuous, the verb finishes in Y. Study, Y. Play, Y. It doesn't matter if before Y we have A or we have D. In other words, it doesn't matter if the combination is vowel Y or consonant Y. When you add ing, nothing changes. Remember this one. Nothing changes. Okay. Let's do the exercises. First, of course, we are going to check the PDF. Here it is. So the first exercise, you need to open the brackets in present continuous. Be careful. And the second one, here be even more careful. You need to open the bracket in the correct tense. Correct tense. I won't tell you anything else. See you in the answer section. Be careful. Alright, let's do the exercises together. So in the first exercise, the task is to open the brackets using only present continuous. Again, present continuous is formed with the correct form of the verb to be plus verb plus ing. Be careful about spelling. We are trying to do our homework. We are trying. The verb try finishes in Y, but you know that in present continuous, or when you add the ing form, it doesn't matter that the verb finishes in Y and there is a consonant before that. Nothing changes here. Okay. They are planning the weekend. Plan, short verb, finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. So you need to double the last consonant. I am making a plan. Make finishes in E. When the verb finishes in E, you just add ing. I am making a plan. She's eating in the kitchen. Eating finishes in consonant vowel vowel, which means that you don't need to double the last consonant. It is snowing outside now. Nothing specific here. My brothers are playing outside. Again, the verb finishes in Y, but in present continuous, absolutely nothing is changed. The next exercise is more interesting. And in fact, from now on, your exercises will be getting more and more interesting as I have tried, in fact, to include as often as possible everything that you have learned. You will see till the end of the course. So, open the brackets in the correct tense. Fast revision. Something happens every day. We use which tense? Present simple. Now, present continuous. Yesterday, past simple. Okay. She goes shopping every day, but now she is going to the gym. Something happens every day. Goes, present simple. But now she is going. Contrast. Now, present continuous. Now she is going. He washes the car every week, but last week he was ill and didn't wash it. Every week, something happens usually. Present simple. Last week, past simple. The verb to be in past, be was. Okay? Not wash. To form the negative verb form in past simple, you need didn't plus the verb. Didn't wash. The music is so loud that I can't do my homework. You speak about the present. The music is so loud that I can't do my homework. Can't, modal verb. You remember this one. After the modal verb can't, you need the infinitive. Can't do. They are watching TV now. Now, something is happening at the moment, which means present continuous. They are watching TV now. I hope you did it. If you have any questions or if you found it more difficult, it's not a problem. That's the first time, in fact, in which there were sentences with different tenses. So if you have any doubts about rules that we have already spoken about, please come back to the lecture and watch the video again. If something is not clear, just ask me. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about the negative sentences in present continuous, how they are formed. And after we finish with the theory, we'll do the exercise directly in this video. So let's get started with some examples. What you know so far from the previous lesson is that when you speak about something which is happening now, you use present continuous. Present continuous is formed with the verb to be, I am, she is, and so on, and plus the ing form at the end of the verb. Look at these negative sentences. The baby isn't sleeping now. The girl isn't dancing now. So what do you need to form the negative form in present continuous? Yes, you need the negative form of the verb to be. I'm not, you aren't, he isn't, she isn't, we aren't, and so on. So here is the rule. I'm sleeping now. I'm not sleeping now. She is dancing now. She isn't dancing now. You see that the only change is in the to be form. The verb is the same. You need the verb plus ing, which means that the spelling rules are the same. Remember what's happening with the verb when you add the ing form. I am running now. I'm not running now. So use the pattern and make the negative sentences with not. Remember, we are practicing the negative forms. Ready? Okay, let's do it together. So, he isn't watching TV now. Of course, you can say he is not watching TV now, but let's say that when you speak, people prefer short forms. Okay? She isn't having a shower now. Isn't having. It isn't snowing now. They aren't sleeping now. You aren't studying now. We aren't running now. It's easy. So let's directly go to the exercise. Be careful. Open the brackets in the correct tense. Pause the video, do the exercise, and we are checking it together after that. Okay? So, my sister doesn't like ice cream, but she's buying one now. My sister doesn't like ice cream in general, every day. So present simple. Present simple negative. She, you need doesn't plus the main form. Doesn't like. But she is buying one now. Now, something is happening at the moment. So present continuous. I run every morning. Unfortunately, it is snowing now. Every morning, run. Present simple. Something which happens usually, often. In the second sentence, the tense marker is now. Unfortunately, it is snowing now, which means that you need present continuous. Exactly. It is plus the verb passing. It is snowing now. My parents don't like going abroad. Be very careful here. When you speak about what somebody likes or what they don't like, this is something in general, which means that you need present simple. My parents don't like. After that, you know what's happening with the verb after like. Exactly. The verb after like, love, and hate receives ing. It needs the ing form. So the correct structure here is my parents don't like going abroad. Just don't make the mistake that going is present continuous. No, this is the second verb form. The fourth sentence, I don't speak Italian. I'm studying Spanish now. I don't speak in general. I'm studying Spanish now. Now, it can be not at this moment, I mean exactly now, but at this period of time, for example, this year, okay, I am studying Spanish. So because of this, you need present continuous in the last gap. I hope it's all clear, so see you in the next lecture. The last step of our introduction to present continuous is to understand how we need to form the questions. But first, let's revise what we know. So far, we've understood how to make positive and negative sentences. She is reading now. The verb to be in its correct form is plus the verb passing. She is reading. The baby isn't sleeping now. Isn't sleeping, the correct form of the verb to be, in negative form, plus the verb passing. Let's look at the questions. The situation. I'm playing football. And you ask, is he playing football? Yes, he is. Is he playing basketball? No, he isn't. So how we need to form it? We exchange the places of the verb to be and the pronoun. He is playing, is he playing? Okay? And we give accordingly short, positive, and short, negative answer. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. The answers here are the same as the short answers with the verb to be only. Another example. They are riding bicycles. Positive answer, yes, they are. Negative answer, no, they aren't. So if we want to summarize, in the question form, we just exchange again the places of the form of the verb to be and the pronoun. I'm sleeping now, positive. I'm not running now, negative. Are you sleeping now? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Question, positive answer, negative answer. And the other really important thing you need to remember now for present continuous is that we use present continuous when we speak about something which is happening now. Now is the marker for the tense. Example. Are you dancing now? Okay. We speak about an action that's happening at the moment of speaking, and we form it with the change of the verb to be and the pronoun. Below are some sentences. Please take a piece of paper, write down the forms, and we are checking them. Alright? Is he sleeping now? Are they watching TV now? Is he drawing now? Is it snowing now? Are you doing your homework now? In fact, when you use present continuous, it's not necessary every time to say now. It's clear. Present continuous is used when something is happening now. So when you speak, it's quite okay to say, is the child sleeping? Which means, is the child sleeping now? Okay. Again, the verb to be plus verb plus ing. And the most important, we use it when we speak about something which is happening now. In order to practice and to understand why it really that much matters is the next exercise. What you need to do, let's see in the PDF, is to open the brackets, choosing the correct form, which means present simple, present continuous, past simple probably, if there is a marker. And I want to make the exercise a little bit harder, so follow me in the answer section. Let's check your answers, plus make some more exercises. Just follow my instructions, okay? So, the first sentence. Can you hear that strange sound? Can you hear? Modal verb. Can you hear that strange sound? Can, physical or mental ability. Make the same sentence negative. I can't hear that strange sound. Or he can't hear that strange sound. It doesn't matter, just I want to remind you, after can, the verb is in infinitive, and can, as a modal verb, never changes. You can't say he can't hear, okay, or I don't know, he can't hear. Some options like that I've seen, in fact. The second one. Somebody is trying to enter the house. Somebody is trying to enter the house. Why present continuous here? Because the first sentence shows you the situation is happening at the moment. Can you hear that strange sound now? And when something is happening now, you need the form in present continuous. Make the same sentence negative. Here we have two options. You can say somebody isn't trying to enter the house, which is in fact a little bit strange. Or you can say nobody is trying to enter the house. but about this one we'll speak later. Okay? Sentence number 2. Are you going out now? Are you going out now? Now, the action is happening at the moment of speaking. Question: are you going? Give short negative answer. No, I'm not. Sentence number 3. Does she run every day? Why? The action happens usually. It happens every day. Does she run every day? Positive answer? Yes, she does. What about the same sentence, but you need to use now? Okay? Is she running now? Run spelling? Running spelling? Double N. Yes. Short verb finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. So what you need to do is to double the last consonant. Sentence number 4. Are they preparing dinner now? Question: now, present continuous. Prepare, the verb finishes in E, so you need to skip it and you just ing. Negative sentence. They aren't preparing dinner now. Make a question, just do not use now, but every day. Do they prepare dinner every day? Do they prepare? Present simple. Number 5. We don't speak German. We don't speak German. Present simple, negative. Question: do you speak German? Negative answer: no, we don't. And the last sentence. They aren't playing now. Aren't playing. The verb to be negative. After that, the verb passing. Why? Because you are talking about an action that is happening now, at the moment of speaking. Usually. Same sentence, number 6, usually. They usually don't play. They usually don't play. Okay. See you in the next section. In this video, I want to make a summary of everything that you know about present simple and present continuous. So please first open the PDF that's attached after the video and look at the exercises. If you need, make a revision of the tenses, or at least watch the beginning of this video, and after that pause everything, do the exercises, and let's check them together. So starting with a summary of the 2 tenses about the present, which you know: present simple, present continuous. When we use them, you know about the time markers. When the time marker indicates that the action happens every day, then you use present simple. Present simple, speaking about him, her, it, or he, she, it, we always add s at the end of the verb in a positive sentence. The negative sentence is formed with doesn't and the basic form of the verb, the question does, and the basic form of the verb. With all other pronouns, I, you, we, they, we use only the basic form of the verb, form the negative with don't, and ask the question with do. By contrast, present continuous is used when we are talking about something which is happening at the moment of speaking, now. How we form it? The appropriate form, the correct form of the verb to be, plus the verb passing. And we are always careful about the spelling. So now is the moment to pause the video and to do the exercises. Okay? Let's check them. In the first one, you need to open the brackets. I leave home at 7 every morning. Just today, I'm going out at 8. Usually, I do something at 7. But today, which means now, I'm doing something different. To show this contrast, for the usual action, you use present simple. For the action which is an exception of the rule, which is different from the rule, you use present continuous. I'm going out at 8. The same logic in the other sentences. She usually works from home, but today she is going to the office. Usually, present simple, but today, which is an exception from the rule, which is different from the general rule, today she is going to the office. She doesn't wash her hair every day. Every day marker for present simple. Doesn't, negative sentence. She doesn't wash her hair every day. He tries very hard in every game that he plays. In general, every time, every game. Every game means that the action associated with this every game repeats, right? It repeats more than once. And when you speak about such things which happen regularly, we use present simple. He tries very hard in every game that he plays. Next exercise, again open the brackets. Usually I work till 6, but today, contrast, I am working till 7. Usually, always, and whatever, these adverbs of frequency, if you remember the terminology here, they need present simple. Usually I work, but today I am working. I don't like drinking coffee. I don't like it in general. After don't like, we need the verb posing. I don't like drinking. I don't like drinking coffee. Don't like drinking, this is present simple. Be careful. When you see the drinking form, it's not present continuous. After like, we need verb posing. So this is the correct verb structure. Number 3. She goes to the gym every day, but she doesn't like doing exercises, cardio exercises. Every day, present simple. But she doesn't like, again in general, she doesn't like plus verb posing, she doesn't like doing cardio exercises. My brother is a writer, in general. He doesn't have any other hobby, in general. Question. What is the form of the verb to be in present continuous? The same as in present simple, exactly. I am, and that's it. I'm here, now. It's not I am being here now. I am here. Remember this one. The forms of the verb to be in present simple and in present continuous are one and the same. Next exercise. You need to write sentences. I am taking the bus to work, but usually I walk. But introduces contrast. It means that there is contrast between the first and the second part of the sentence. In the second part, you have the marker usually. Usually I walk. So I'm taking the bus to work this week, but usually I walk. She speaks 3 languages, but she doesn't speak Italian. In general, the two actions are in general. She speaks 3 languages in general, but in general, she doesn't speak Italian. Usually, I go out at 4, but today I'm going out at 6. Usually something is happening? No, usually something happens. So be very careful here. Usually, present simple. But today, contrast, I'm going out at 6. I hope these two tenses are clear now, and so we are ready to continue. The next 2 lectures, we are going to talk about the future. So let's get started. In this last topic for A1 level, we are going to start talking about the future. The structure I am going to explain is be going to, in its 2 meanings, in fact. But first, let's start with plans. Situations. I'm going to buy that shirt. I'm going to sell my car. I'm going to visit Spain. I'm not going to have breakfast this morning. All of these sentences refer to the future. And what kind of future? This is the question, because in English there are different grammar structures that you use when you speak about the future. It's not only different tenses, it's different structures. The first one, be going to, it is used when you speak about your plans. And let's see it in more details. So in the present, you're saying something. I'm going to sell my car. You're saying it in the present. Or I'm going to visit Spain. You're saying this one in the present. But you say it when you decided it in the past. Okay? You made the decision that you're going to visit Spain. For example, last night you spoke with your husband or with your wife and you decided that you are going to visit Spain. This thing that you decided in the past and you are saying in the present is going to happen in the future. Remember this chart, this timeline, it's really important and it directly shows you what is important for this first usage of be going to. Plans that you made in the past and that are going to happen in the future. Let's see it in practice. I'm going to sell my car. I'm going to, so the be going to, and after that the verb. He is going to sell his car. She is going to, we are going to, and so on. So following the pattern, please make sentences with the snippets below. And we are checking them. He is going to buy a car. Be going to plus verb. We aren't going to visit Austria. Be going to plus verb. Are you going to buy a house? So how we make the question? We just use the forms of the verb to be. Are you going to buy a house? I'm going to speak Japanese. It's your plan. It's something that you decided and something that is going to happen in the future. I'm going to speak Japanese. Be going to plus verb. We are going to take pictures. Be going to plus verb. Good. There is one more usage of be going to, and this is what we are going to talk about in the very last lecture of this first level. See you in the next video. Welcome to the very last lecture of our first module, the A1 level. So here, as I promised you in the previous video, we are going to speak about be going to, and one more usage of its future application. In one situation, we use be going to. Let's look at some examples. The situation is like this. Look at that sky. It is going to rain. So you see something and you expect that something is going to happen. The situation is important. Try to memorize the picture, in fact. Look at the sky. You see something. You expect that something is going to happen. It's going to rain. Another situation. Look at that man. He is going to fall. Again, you see something and you expect that something is going to happen. This is really typical usage of be going to. So we speak about the future. Again, the question is, what is the usage? You see something, you expect something to happen. We use be going to when we speak about predictions. You see something in the present, it is going to happen in the future. Predictions. It's going to rain, and following the pattern, please make sentences with the snippets below. Let's check them. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Look at that shelf. It's going to fall. He's going to score a goal. It's going to be sunny tomorrow. So as structure, it's the same. The correct form of the verb to be was going to was the verb in infinitive. It's going to rain. It's going to snow. He's going to score. What you know so far? Two usages of be going to. The first one, when you speak about plans. Last night you decided something, you're saying it tomorrow, it is going to happen in the future. Second usage, when you speak about predictions. Congratulations, you've just finished the first module of our course. So I'm eagerly waiting for you to continue in the second one, in the A2 level. See you there.